Good morning, everybody. We're starting to resume our workshop, and we are starting with a presentation of the standards and best practices of XBRL International. We have here 4 presenters, including me. First, Tom, a member of the XBRL Standards Board, is going to present the evaluation of the standards. He is also the chairman of the Formula Working Group, and he's engaged also in rendering and formula and versioning and formulas, and I think the most active member in the board concerning the evaluation of the standards. Susumi-san is the member of the chair of the best practice part. He's going to show us what's going to involve the best practices and how we can have best practices also for our research. And Victor is our chief architect of our group. He's also the vice chair of the Formula Working Group, and he's going to Okay, if I could speak a bit louder, or I take this microphone. Okay, Victor is the vice chair of the Formula Working Group, and he's going to talk about a bit more about the evaluation there. And I'm talking a bit about versioning very bit. Not to take too long. We have 4 presenters for 45 minutes. Would like to start?
Okay, is this automatically broadcasting? I will give an overview of the active technical areas in terms of standards and the standards board, and show you some of the things that are going on. The XBRL Standards Board has a set of initiatives that are called the strategic initiatives. Last time I was here, I gave, at the last Eurofiling, I gave a detailed overview of the tasks and how we got to them. Today, I'm happy to report that the task that more things are dependent on, which is called the Abstract Modeling Task Force, is underway, and a comparability task force is starting up with a call for participants. I'll also address activities going on in a couple of the key modules for XBRL. The rendering link base, which has an activity here that we're calling the table link base. It's part of rendering. Formula has a number of very active things. Katrin will talk about versioning. And then, last but not least, I'll probably move it up. In the XBRL specifications, we have for about 1.5 years talked about what we call a edit to the recommendation to cure an issue with precision, and I'll mention that. So for the Strategic Initiatives project, this was where, it's now 2 years ago, or maybe more, that there was a survey, and then people responded on what was screwed up and what is important and what needs to be changed. And that was all distilled down and presented when we had the volcanic entertainment last year. The initiatives that are shown here are the key ones. And things like producing training or coming up with a standard API, everything seemed to be dependent on one thing, which is coming up with a a decent abstract model or framework for the understanding of XBRL. Today we have a very good understanding of syntax. What we need is this abstract model. And so the Abstract Modeling Task Force is underway now, since December actually, with participants on all continents. The key purpose is to produce a framework in terms of UML models, and the task force has been blessed with participation from the key guys in OMG who can guide them on the right way to use UML, the modeling framework. There actually are a set of UML diagrams that are being reviewed and improved on, but they're one stage before public review. So they didn't want them shown here yet. But I do have some UML models to show you from the Comparability Task Force. The comparability was one of the other points that everybody felt was really very important to cure or to enhance or to make possible with XBRL. We have all these different taxonomies. Well, they came up with some use cases. And surprisingly even, the use cases are defined as UML diagrams. So the first use case that the Comparability Charter took was that some guy, and that's that middle stick figure on the right, let's say somebody, maybe it's a Bloomberg, wants to compare two different instance documents that come from different, let's say one's IFRS and the other comes from US GAAP, and they have two different instance documents, and in the middle they put these rows. Some third party on the left, they're calling him an assertion provider, but what they meant there is not the way, we have so many words in XBRL that as soon as you use the word like context or concept, it is completely not allowed anymore to use context or concept in daily speech. So this group doesn't know about that. The assertion on the left is not the assertion formula. It's just normal human talking about assertions. Somebody makes assertions about what's the same and what's different between IFRS and US GAAP, and on that middle line of bubbles, that goes to this bubble on the right where some consumer can compare these two instance documents. So this is a requirement statement for a use case. This is not an implementation diagram. Then the second thought was this comparing guy. Let's say we've got something like US GAAP, and two different companies made two different extensions of the same US GAAP, the sort of situation we have in the SEC filings. Every company has their own presentation link base, and probably their own dimensions, and probably played around a lot with the preferred label roles. And so this middle line, some assertion provider makes these assertions about what's the same and what's different between those two extended taxonomies so that somebody can compare them. And the third is kind of a more complex scenario. Let's say we've got some guy in the middle on the right who wants to read these things, a Bloomberg guy, so his mindset is XBRL US, and that's his common way of speaking and looking at stuff. But on the very top, he's going to look at an instance document in IFRS for which there's an assertion provider who mapped that into US GAAP. And on the very bottom, there's an instance document in EDINET or EDINET, however you pronounce it, for which there's an assertion provider to bridge between the EDINET and US GAAP taxonomies. And now the comparison stage has a more complex issue, which is to use two sets of assertions. And so this is the set of comparability points. And they're looking for people to volunteer. We're in the, find the excited people. You can send them an email if this is exciting to you. Base spec. Base spec came out with slide rule math. I grew up with slide rules, but my son doesn't know what it is, and probably any CPA who's under some certain age has never heard of one. And it turned out there was a fatal flaw in this precision, or I call it slide rule math, which was anything reported in decimals with a value 0, when we tried to turn it into precision, have you ever seen a slide rule with a place for 0 on it? There isn't. Well, in precision 0, the decimal value 0 is invalid. It has no precision equivalent, which means that any, let's say, an SEC filing with a calculation link base, and there's got to be some value zeros reported, they're invalid. That's crazy. So this whole activity has been to change to inferring decimals, and it really was very simple to do the writing. We just crossed out precision and put decimals and had to figure out how to use logarithms to go between the two. But for about 2 years, people were running tests, and some guys ran tests at one vendor, and then some guys ran tests at another vendor, and then Walter Hampshire ran tests overnight, grinding on all the SEC filings that were ever made. And no one ever looked at the results of those tests. I mean, they're somewhat boring. Those documents that have zeros in them are invalid. Those documents in the new inferring decimals, because nobody required calculation precision, calculation rollup to be correct, there's an awful lot of older filings that are incorrect. There's very few newer filings that are incorrect because the people filing now know what they're doing. But anyway, we have gotten approval to go ahead with this change. It's the first, I guess you could call it, serious change to 2.1 in a long time. Then we've got the issues of formula with some extensions that are, some are kind of helpful and some are kind of critically important. And we've just had a long time, number one, getting to implementing. We thought this would be done for the Beijing conference, and most of the coding was. And we'd like to have this thing in time for the Brussels conference. Here's some of the key areas. One of them is to be able to deal better when we're collecting or joining. David Buchanan came up with this idea. Everybody knows what join is from SQL. We talk about implicit filtering. We all make these funny words where no one understands what we're talking about. The join operator for XBRL is this aspect model filtering that we have in formula. And one of the extension modules is to make this easier for us when we're dealing with mixed unit arithmetic, like we're multiplying the ratio times some monetary, or we've got some strings that don't have any monetary units and we're combining them in a join operator with some monetary units. So that's one of the extensions. Then there's one to let us use the link bases, like the presentation link base tree, in a hierarchy to know who's the parent and who are the children, because that way we might be able to do some aggregating. For example, I think maybe a year ago, I see Eric here, Bank of France, I suggested they use something here, use the calculation link base, but it was very early in those days and we had only a prototype. And so they had to longhand write out all the formulas for if this is the parent and these are the children, instead of one formula. There's like a template to be used over and over again to make the same pattern on every parent-child relationship that has that pattern. So that will be very useful. There's some things like custom functions. We've had custom functions in Java since the beginning. Now we're adding a way to do custom functions in the formula link base that are transportable and work on all the same vendor products. Nice readable messages. You've messed up this kind of thing and that year context for this dimension, written out in the language that the user is able to read it rather than just some terse little code they have to look up in a book. But perhaps the most interesting one was what we call multi-instances. Either the ability to process information from different periods, where each period is a different instance document, and we now know that every year every taxonomy goes under revisions, so there's a different taxonomy for the different instance document for the different period, and multi-instance lets us do that. It also lets us do something much more important, which is what we call chaining. So you have a formula A equals B plus C and another formula C equals D plus C. It would be nice to be able to write C equals D plus C, produce the C result, and now use it in producing A equals B plus C. And this particular feature gives us that. We have not done tuple output. The only consumer is the GL group at this time, and they're not pushing for it. So where are we on that? We're in the middle of people discussing, gee, are you ready? You know, it looks like you guys keep on tweaking the editorial changes. Well, we do. People keep grinding on the test cases and finding a place for another comma or adding another feature. There are some people who think that these CR modules should be going through many years of being used on production systems. And then there's this alternate reality of production systems who have legal bodies who say, well, if you're not using a recommended specification, we're very sorry, go find a recommended specification and forget about XBRL. So it's kind of this, you know, tension between, do we go ahead, we feel it's ready to use, it looks like the changes that we're continuing to make are just really minor editorial tweaking, or, you know, at the XML level, we have examples like the XPath2 standard and I think it was the XSLT2 standard. These went through like 5 or 7 years of being in the CR status before they went direct. But our stakeholders mostly are involved with consumers that don't have that luxury of that option. The second thing that we're working on for formulas is kind of different. There's this difficulty of working with missing values. All of the large production systems have dealt with that. You've got data that's sparsely populated, and these missing values, they might be zeros, they might be other things, but how do you get them to participate in what we call now this XBRL equivalent of the join operation, to participate properly in the filtering, to be able to generate messages that this particular missing value is assumed for thus and so, and this year period with those dimensions, and particularly with the lead of Bank of Spain, we're working on something that the technical term is binding sets, or sometimes we call it chasing ghosts, Ghostbusters. That's our main activity there. Just a minor thing, you have heard and will hear more about the use of rendering from tables, and we have some features for that. An ability to take what was in the presentation link base called a preferred label and use that in other link bases. That's a very simple spec contributed by the Fujitsu guys, but like everything else, sometimes the wheels of bureaucracy of standardization is a little slower than some of the impatient people like me would like. We have a tables link base that lets one easily define the mapping from the taxonomy type issues to how people would like to see things in the tables and rows and columns, a spreadsheet type manner, and we actually have some software for that now. And with that, who's next?
Hey. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kozumi from Digital Research Institute. I'm chair of Best Practice Board last year and this year. Today, I want to briefly introduce the activity of Best Practice Board in year 2011. So first of all, I want to introduce the Best Practice Board itself. We have 3 missions. One is collect and disseminate the market XBRL's market practice all over the world. And the second one is creating best practices from the market practice. The third one is taxonomy recognition process. We're going to receive the taxonomy, which is developed by taxonomy developers themselves, and try to examine the quality of the taxonomy as a third party. So that's our mission, and our charter is found out from the XBRL.org website. And here is our member. We have 7 board members, and choose from European banking community, Ignacio and Michele are our very important member for the best practice board. And we changed the charter slightly, but yeah, it's not fit for this presentation. So I want to explain the code for the best practice board this year. We're going to provide the XBRL value propositions to the market through publishing a white paper and providing the project listening database, which is collecting summary project information all over the world. So far, 168 projects are already registered in this project listening database. If everybody wants to provide the data for the project, that's really welcome for us. And as I mentioned earlier, we are creating the best practice in the XBRL area. So modeling guidelines and rules for the taxonomy development, that's our target for the paper. The third one is taxonomy recognition. This year, we would like to improve taxonomy recognition process. Existing process has some trouble from the duration perspective and quality perspective. So we are now renewing the process and criteria for the quality. And also we are renewing the financial reporting taxonomy architecture. That's a guideline and rules for the taxonomy development. So here is a relationship between among the white papers and best practices and taxonomy recognition. So before your decision making, you may receive the information about the value proposition of XBRL, case studies, something like that. So we are providing this document and it's at a single place. And after you started the project, you may need guidelines for the taxonomy development. Of course, you need to know what is taxonomy first of all. And that type of information also we can provide through the website and XBRL International Conference or some other training events. And after you proceed the XBRL project, finally you may need a taxonomy recognition, taxonomy quality assurance process by a third party. Maybe this community has a strong taxonomy development team, so you may not need the third party's recognition, but if you want, of course, actually this practice board is welcome to receive the taxonomy exam. So here's a list of the white papers to explain the value proposition of XBRL. We are planning to create the consuming XBRL data and XBRL external reporting and XBRL external reporting and also internal reporting as well. So we have limited resources, but we may start a very good development this year. Then a project listening database. As I mentioned earlier, we already registered 168 projects, and now we are reviewing the database column for more improving the usability of the database. Lastly, the guideline documents. We are creating a taxonomy modeling guideline, and we're starting from securities and the corporate disclosure area, and of course, European banking community already have a good one of the best practices. So we are very welcome to collaborate European banking community and best practice to publish that practice. to the market. So the other aspect, we are collaborating with Standard Board, especially Abstract Modeling Initiative and Comparability Initiative. So we had a good face-to-face meeting, as Hans explained earlier, and we're going to continue to contribute to for this initiatives. The taxonomy recognition, this is one of the highest priority. As I mentioned earlier, we are renewing the taxonomy recognition process and reviewing the FATA. The new version of FATA 1.5 could be, could be ready for review by a best practice board in middle of April. So we may provide the new version of FATA to the market at the Brussels conference. That's the latest status and goals and plans for year 2011. We don't set detailed time frame for each product because each product will be created and provided by ad hoc task force. We are, every working product we will publish the call for participation to create each deliverable. So of course, if you have interested in or you want to join the best practice development, we are very welcome to your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Just overview of XBRL versioning. So it's a slide I prepared for the conference last year in Beijing to make to say that everything is evolving and everything is changing, and we have to be prepared for these changes. We have regular changes in CORAD, in FinWeb, in IFRS. Everything is being done in very short intervals, and these changes have to be documented. First of all, we started with HTML pages, with Word documents and so on, but we have not yet a standard prepared to combine all the changes we have done in the taxonomy. So reasons why we make these changes on the taxonomy are the new business requirements, so new tables that were created by the business domain, new guidelines. We have to prepare some changes to resolve bugs in our taxonomies. For example, change the label, which is an easy change. There are also bigger changes when we have to regenerate a new extended link role, change the hierarchy, and so on. And we have new technical requirements that are needed to be included in our taxonomies. And XBRL versioning should support these changes. It should document how we can manage to document changes in XBRL taxonomy, and with a standardized process of documentation, of documenting these changes, we can have automatized the change processes also on the sender side. We have different modules created in versioning to cover the first block. So we had first a very big block of changes, but we then very early realized that this is a too heavy package for all to cover. So we started with a small package covering the base module. So being included there the mapping processes between one taxonomy and the next version. We have the concept basic module that includes the renaming and the adding and deletion of concepts. Concept extended deals with all additional changes in concepts, for example, the changes to type. We have then two further modules that are still public working draft now. It's the relationship module and the instance aspect module, both dealing with dimensional changes. So these are the modules which are needed for us to document all the changes we do in CORP and FinWeb. So the first three models are fine for covering the changes on XBRL 2.1, but the next ones really needed to cover all our changes and to document what we are doing in our working group. We have also created some working group notes. They're explaining what we have done, so climate document for a high-level business guys, what is versioning about, and then also an overview document for the more technical-oriented people to get more and deeper into the topic. We have then an open issue. It was raised already in the beginning by Banca d'Italia, by a colleague of Michele Manelli, that it's needed to document validity on concepts. To say, okay, I have a concept, this is valid for half a year, and after this period, then it's no longer valid. But we have only one version for 1 year, for example, in the IFRS taxonomy. We first thought about saying, okay, we have concept add and concept delete event, and we cover this deprecation and activation with these both events. So this text has been amended, and now we are aware that this is not enough to cover all our needs. So we have not only the activate and deprecate events on concept, but on all other possibilities of XBRL. So maybe hierarchy is no longer valid. So and dimensional construction is no longer valid just for a short period. So we have to document much more validity on XBRL than we can actually cover with these new amendments. And this is what we have to do in the next module. So something that is covering the validity on versioning. The current usage on versioning, we have already created some versioning reports to document the changes between the version 1.2.4 and 1.3.0. And these versioning reports cover only a bit of our changes, not the dimensional ones. So only use just the base module, concept basic model and concept extended model. And IFRS has just published the first versioning report with a new publication of IFRS 2011. And they are covering also the relationship module. So much more than we could have now. And it's based on the public working stuff we have published last year. We have also some supporting tools. We have created our versioning reports with the Fujitsu Interstage taxonomy editor, which is always coming up with new additions and covering all our needs. And so we were able to build up the versioning report based on the first module. And we have also Ariel. It's driven by Herm, and it's a software we will present later a bit more, which is covering the creation of versioning reports. And this is all from my side from the versioning part. And I will give the floor to Victor to present the next 45 minutes, I think.
Yeah, well, let's see. Well, we have seen some information about the status of the standards, about the status of these best practices. And in my presentation, what I want to show is how we have been using the standards and what are our experience of using XBRL in the environment of the European banking supervision during all these years. So let me prepare a little bit. That's, I like to take my feet so that it is hard to notice that I'm getting very nervous. So, okay. So let's see if I can make it. Okay. I hope you can hear me fine. Before that, more or less. Okay, I will unlike this better. Okay, so I hope I will be able to make it. Okay, well, for those of you that who know me, I work for the IT department of the Bank of Spain. I joined the Bank of Spain in 2005, and since that year I started to work with the XBRL network, most specifically with the first release of Core. And well, throughout all this time, we have been learning a lot of things. We have been using the standards, and we have been also changing the way you use the standard. Sometimes when you are part of a working group, you don't realize of those changes. So what I thought is that, well, it's been more than 5 years since we started. And sometimes it is good to stop for a moment, look backwards, and have a global view of what have been our changes, what were the reasons, so that this may help us to understand better where we are and where should we go. Right? So basically, the purpose of my presentation is to do a small journey back in time and review and sum up what the changes and the reasons for those changes that we have so far. Well, as for those of you that know me, you know I like to include some images and make graphical reference in my presentations to explain better things. So since we are in London, that it is maybe the capital of pop rock music, for this time I'm going to use music. Okay? I'm sure that most of you are familiar with this. This is a music score, which is basically the Western standard for music notation. I would like you to participate in this presentation. So I'm going to ask you, I'm sure that someone can tell me what is the name of this note. Okay, great. I've heard two different answers. I heard G and I heard So. So, which is basically what I was expecting, because in the Anglo-Saxon countries we use this letter notation, which is G, but in Latin countries we are using So. I'm sure there are other notations, but in the end the music is the same, isn't it? We all have clear what we refer to. Okay, now I want to ask you a bit harder questions. I would like to see if someone dares to give a definition of what is a music score. Program of notes. Okay, well, that's a possibility. Well, I like to see this as a tool. First of all, as a tool. And as a tool, it is meant to solve a problem. And the problem that it's meant to solve is the communication of some ideas of maybe a composer to another musician who is the one who is going to play the music. So the ideas in the head of somebody that is listening or making up some music are going to be formalized in this group, in this score. So, what I would like to remark is that it's a tool, and as a tool is meant to solve a need. So first, we have to have a need. And when we have a need, we will try to look for a tool to solve it. Though this looks like quite a evident sentence, sometimes we forget about it. So I would like, if I have the need to hang a painting on my wall, I will look for a nail and a hammer. But it is not the other way around. I'm not at home and I find a hammer and I say, oh, look, this is a hammer. What can I do with a hammer? Okay, maybe I can hit the wall. I mean, nobody in his mind is going to do that. So first, we have to have a need, and then we will have to use a tool. We will make use of a tool. So we are banking supervisors, and what is our tool? And when we are talking about XBRL, most people think of these information flows. We were talking about music and communicating ideas, and we have this tendency of thinking of the communication from credit institutions to banking supervisors, which is obviously, it is an important thing, but when we are talking about XBRL, we should focus on an even most important communication process, which is the communication of the regulatory requirements to the credit institutions. And why is this communication process even more important than the data itself? Well, basically because what we want to achieve using XBRL is to automatize the process of receiving information. As we are supervisors, if we are able to automatize the process, or at least the most part of the process, we will gain in the quality of the data that we get, we will gain in transparency, we will gain in traceability of the data. So, if we are able to communicate clearly and accurately what are our reporting requirements, credit institutions will be able to implement these credit requirements in its databases, in its systems, and they will be able to send that information to us. And the information will be of higher quality, will be ready sooner, and everything will work better. So this is basically our need. Okay, so now we are ready to go back in time. So let's hand to our chairs and have this effect of seeing. Okay, and let's go back to 2004, not 2005. And we are going back to the era of XBRL 2.1. The era of XBRL 2.1 is maybe the most important characteristic, is that the information that we were representing was very simple. For instance, the IFRS GP taxonomy of 2004 had just 5 files, I can't remember the number of concepts, maybe 300 concepts or something. But just 5 files, the schemas and the presentation link base, and that's it. A very simple thing. There are some very important, remarkable features of this era, which are that there was a one-to-one relationship between the concepts that we were represented, we wanted to represent, and the way that concept was represented in a taxonomy, the items in the taxonomy. This was possible, obviously, because the information was simple. Another feature I would like to remark is that we have this presentation link base that most of you have heard of. And this presentation link base allowed us to select subsets of the information, subset of the concepts in the taxonomy, and arrange them in a hierarchical tree. And another important characteristic of this presentation link base is that no matter how you arrange the information, the way the information is represented, the data is represented in an instance document, so the way credit institutions have to prepare the data to be received by us, it is the same, it doesn't change. We could change the order of the concepts, or we could choose a different subset of information, but assets are going to be represented the same way. That is not going to change, okay? And also, there were in those taxonomies a very small number of namespaces. For those of you that don't know, basically the namespace is like the surname of a concept. In order to identify a concept, in order to give a codification to a concept in XBRL, we're using this surname, this namespace, and inside the namespace there are different names for different concepts. So in the end, things were pretty simple. And also I would like to make reference to other things that were characteristics. The first one is that the FTA, there was a reference by Koizumi-san in his presentation. The FTA, which was for a long time the document used as a common practice reference, started in that area. And a lot of the decisions that were made in the FTA were based on the information that we were trying to model in that area. And another thing is that as supervisors, one of the most appealing things of XBRL was the possibility of expressing validation rules, of testing the quality of the data. However, the calculation link base falls short. The calculation link base in practical terms it's hardly useful. Okay, so let's go back a little bit later, and we are going to the Baroque area, which it's how I have identified dimensions, the inclusion of dimensions, and correct taxonomy. Maybe also in red, but as I'm more familiar with correct, there are a couple of things that I would like to remark on correct. I'm going to focus on the correct taxonomy. So what happened in the XBRL world is that people started to use XBRL, and we wanted to use XBRL to represent more complex information. As a consequence, this principle of having one concept, one single concept expressed as a single item in the taxonomy, it was harder to maintain. Because, for instance, you have assets, and maybe you have assets by different countries, different regions. Using the old approach, it means that for every country you have to create a new concept. So in the end, people started to do different things, more or less using the dimensional approach, which is something that we have been using for a long time in a lot of environments, mostly financial environments. But they started to use this approach in very many different ways. Some people start to use crazy tuples with a lot of nested levels. Some people started to put information in a thing which is called the scenario and the segment, which are things that are more or less open in the XBRL 2.1 specification. So we started to have a lot of divergence on the way we use XBRL. When we started to work with correct, and correct is especially complicated information, we wanted to use dimensions. We wanted to have a standard way to express dimensions. So as a consequence of this, we were one of the, let's say, promoters of the dimensions specification. So another consequence of this is that we started to model data. So far what we were doing is just tagging data. We said we have assets and we have cash and equivalent. So we just put a tag to each of these concepts. But since the moment we introduced dimensions, what we were doing was a bit different. We were modeling data, which means we are not just tagging data. We are identifying the different properties of the data. We are classifying those concepts into by different ideas. And as I said before, the specification, the dimension specification was released to fill this gap. However, we still have the aftermath of that area where we didn't have the dimension specification. And there are still projects using tuples to represent dimensional information. Or there are projects that are not using dimension but are putting some, let's say, dimensional information in other parts of the instance. Let's have a look at correct. What correct first draft have these features is that the first thing is that we started to analyze the XBRL network, we started to analyze the templates in an individual basis. So, well, for those of you that are not familiar with this term, the template is the way we refer to the tables. This graphical representation of the tables that we have in correct guidelines and so on. So, we analyzed them individually. We determined dimensions. Dimensions were considered common to the model. But then we have primary items that were specific of the templates. And the truth is that in this phase, the iteration with the XBRL network, with the correct network, with the business areas, was not very, very good. Basically, we had a few meetings with them, but the main communication, the mean to transmit their model, the data requirements were templates. So we based our analysis on templates. However, in the public version of Corel, we improved things a little bit. We realized that templates were not as isolated as we thought at first. So in the end, we realized that there were a lot of primary items that were common, and the different pieces in this puzzle were started to match together. However, we had a little bit more interaction with the business areas, but still, the main way to communicate the process from the correct network to the XBRL network, from the business area to the, let's say, IT areas, were templates. Okay, so I think this process can be quite graphically defined in this graph. And basically, they gave to us the templates. We took the templates, we analyzed them, and like this, turning our back to them, we started to write the taxonomy. And when we had the taxonomy, we showed them to us, and we said, look, have the taxonomy. And they looked to us like, say, oh, what an interesting thing. Yes. I mean, they looked as we were exotic animals, and we said, well, but don't you want to review the taxonomy? And they said, well, please keep that. So, okay, we were here, right? So this is, well, a bit exaggerated, but this actually happened. The business part of the correct network didn't want to have much to do with the taxonomy. They consider taxonomy as a technical requirement, but that was wrong. So a few more characteristics of Corel is that compared to the previous era, the XBRL 2.1 era, is that, as I said before, a financial concept wasn't no more a single item in the taxonomy, but a financial concept was a composition of different parts, of primary items and a certain number of dimensions. Still, we kept this independence of the instance document. In the instance document, we were representing the concepts as primary items, dimension, and that stuff. So we didn't have a dependency on the presentation. This is, well, not exactly true, because as I said before, the main source to analyze the model were the templates. So somehow the model was biased by this graphical representation. But the main idea is that still this was safe. This independent representation of the data was safe. And maybe one of the, let's say, small mistakes in Corel was, well, in that area there was this trend of modularization. Everybody were talking in those times about modularization. So we wanted to make very small pieces in the taxonomy. As a consequence, the users, the filers of the information had to face a very high number of namespace, and we made things complicated to us. So we had very complex model, and obviously we had more complicated taxonomy. But sometimes we made things even more complicated than we needed. But all in all, there was a clear improvement, because actually we were able to represent those complex models. However, we lost very important things from the previous era that we didn't realize then. As XBRL 2.1 had this assumption of this one-to-one relationship of concepts and items in the taxonomy, we lost the capability of attaching labels, not to individual concepts, but to compositions of concepts. That wasn't possible anymore. Not only labels, but legal reference. Actually, if you have a look at current guidelines, we have sometimes reference, for instance, of individual concepts. Maybe there are parts of the guidelines that deal with counterparties. But sometimes there are references to how counterparties are used maybe to calculate a certain concept, maybe capital requirements in a certain type of risk. And the last thing is that we lost this very simple and beautiful capability that we have of representing a tree, representing these hierarchies of concepts. Because as I said before, now our concepts are not anymore a single item in the taxonomy, but a composition of those items. Okay, so let's go now to our Renaissance. Well, this is a bit odd, but in our case, the Renaissance was after the Baroque period. So in the Renaissance, we know that the man was the center of the universe. So in this case, we are going to change it a little bit. We wanted our user, our business user, to be the center of the taxonomy. Perhaps the key word in this era was the data matrix. The data matrix, for those of you that are not familiar with, is a graphical representation. Please, Michele, correct me if I say something wrong. It's a graphical representation of a dimensional model. But the most interesting thing is that a user-friendly representation of those models that has been used in the Bank of Italy for maybe 20 years, sort of, and it is used by business users to define the model. This is not a technical instrument, but a business instrument to represent a model. And so one of the things that Michele gave to the group was the proposal of, okay, we have this taxonomy and we have this communication in only one way. So we have the network on one side, we have the templates, we are delivering a taxonomy, but there is no feedback. As I said before, you remember, our users didn't want to have anything to do with the taxonomy. So Michele prepared, and our friends from the Bank of Italy prepared some software so that, given the taxonomy, what's possible to produce the schema matrix representation. So that, as this was a graphical representation and user-friendly representation of the model, it was possible for the users to review the taxonomy. And actually, it helped to detect some errors on the original taxonomy. But maybe the most important thing is that the next step that we wanted to give, which is, okay, so far we have the correct network giving us the information using templates. So why not replace this with the matrix schemas? Instead of generating the taxonomy and then the matrix schemas and then reviewing the matrix schema, let's work on the matrix schema and maybe generate the taxonomy directly from the matrix schema. So, well, actually, this was a formal proposal to the FinDev network. I think it was in a meeting in Brussels maybe 3 years ago. However, this never came to happen exactly. And the truth is that the FinDev network rejected this way of working. So I mean, you may be wondering why this happened. As I mean, this looks like a very sensible approach. Well, I'm going to give my explanation of why this happened, and I'm going again back to my musical examples. Okay. I'm not sure if any of you is familiar with this notation. This is a bit more specific. Someone? Well, this is called a tablature notation, which is used for guitar. Basically, it represents, each line represents one of the 6 strings in the guitar, and the numbers represent the frets that you have to press. I'm a guitar aficionado. I play a little bit guitar, not very well at all. But the truth is that you can find on the internet a lot of transcriptions using this notation. And actually, as I'm just, an enthusiast, but I don't have a musical training. It's very nice because it just tells you where to put your finger and play the guitar. So it is very easy to play a melody with this. However, this notation, which is so simple, has very important drawbacks. There is a lot of missing information when we compare this kind of notation to the Western traditional notation. The first thing is that we are missing the rhythm. We are missing the beats, the length of the notes, and that's all. And in music, the most important thing is rhythm. If you lose the rhythm, you lose everything. Actually, I could play this thing exactly as it is, and you wouldn't be able to guess that this is the main riff for Led Zeppelin's Black Dog, which is a famous British song, okay? However, the thing is that this kind of notation presumes that the target knows the song. And if you know the song, you won't have any trouble playing the song at the right time. But it is presuming a previous knowledge. So I like to compare this notation to templates. Templates is a very simple way to express maybe some financial information, but it's presuming a lot of things that are not there. That are maybe in the guidelines themselves, that are maybe in reference to the IFTP information. So this is good, but it is a bit dangerous because we can have different interpretation of the same information. As a matter of fact, there was a presentation by Giancarlo Pellizzari from Dexia in, I think it was during the Paris workshop, I can't remember. And what he showed to us was 2 correct templates. And what it was the same template, but the way they were sending that information, I think, to Banque de France and to the Bank of Belgium. And what they did is, in this big template, that maybe there were like 200 cells, they put colors to them. And the red color were the concepts that were exactly the same. And I think there were like 2 or 3 cells in the whole template that were common to Banque de France and the Bank of Belgium. So what happened? What happened is that we were defining things, taking too much for granted. And when we came to national implementations, every one of us was making different assumptions about the information. So this implicit way of transmitting information is very dangerous. Okay. However, well, as I said before, I tried to make my small things playing guitar. And what I like the most is this kind of notation that you can find in a lot of music books around there, which is basically a mixed notation where you have the musical notation on the one hand, and you also have the tablature notation. So you can see the music as it is, you can see the rhythm, you can see everything accurately. So you can, if you have music skills, you can exactly see what is that music. But at the same time, it is helping you to understand where you should put your fingers and that stuff. So the idea is that templates are very useful, but are not enough to represent the information. At the same time, we could say the data matrix is enough to represent the information, but in any case, templates can be considered a complement to that information. So, well, that was all in this area, and we are going to give our next step to the French Revolution. I'm making this symbol of the French Revolution because most of these things happened during the workshop in Paris and the conference in Paris. And well, in those times we had gained a lot of experience using XBRL. We had our taxonomies, and we had, in that time, maybe an experience of 2 years receiving ESNA's documents and understanding what were the real problems with the credit institutions. And in that, also in the workshop in Paris is where we started to rebel against the common practices. Well, this was a picture for those of you who are in Luxembourg, where small. If somebody doesn't know the joke, I will tell them later. Okay. But the true thing is that we started to understand that there were established practices that weren't doing us any good. So we started to propose things against the mainstream. Another important thing that happened there is that the XBRL formula specification was almost ready. It was a candidate release, I can't remember, but we have already the formula specification that was going to fill that gap that we had with the calculation in base. And so it was possible for us as regulators to make possible this assessment of the quality of the data. Maybe also a very important thing is that given our experience and given the problems that we have suffered so far, we started to work on our architecture document. Well, basically our architecture document means that we started to look clearly at XBRL as a tool. So we said, okay, let's put XBRL apart, and let's first consider what is the information of the reporting process that we want to represent. Once we know clearly what is the information that we want to represent, we are going to define how we want to express that information in XBRL. So instead of taking the hammer and hitting the wall, we decided what we wanted to do, and then we decided how to use XBRL to represent that information. Well, this is our last step in this small trip, which is the data point model. This was explained very thoroughly and very clearly by Bartos and Michal yesterday, but I'm going to give you my view of this, okay? Again, I'm going to take a look at my musical examples. Before I was showing some very simple melodies, but music can also become very complex. Most of you, I'm sure you know that in music we talk about chords. And chords are basically composition of different notes that are played at the same time. And there are like hundreds of chords. There are major, minor, 7th, 11th, diminished, suspended, a lot of chords. So how is a chord representing music notation? Well, very simply, you draw a note, and another one, and another one, and another one. So basically you have something in music which is a chord, which is a sound by itself. But you broke that chord into different notes, and you represent each individual note. That's, in 2 words, the data point model. Basically, the starting point of this, let's say, methodology is starting from the templates, which is an interesting point because, as I said before, we had our users being reluctant to the use of the data matrix. But so as they were working with templates, we decided to work with templates. So basically we had these templates, we identified the different cells, the different codes, and the different properties of those cells, of those data points, as we refer to them, were identified. Actually, this was a proposal by BRG and Aguilonius in the Vienna conference, I think it was. And they showed up, I think, with 40 dimensions for timbre. And I remember that when I saw that, I said, these guys are crazy. 40 dimensions. This is not going anywhere. But, well, the truth is that when they started to explain, the first thing is that they didn't mean everything to become a dimension. They first did an analysis of the data, of every single property of every piece of data that was represented in fingerprint units. And then the proposal was, now let's see how we want to represent this information using dimensions. The point is that that wasn't an easy task because it was clear to us that we were a bit scared of having such a high number of dimensions. But when you started to ask them, and why are you using this dimension? They have an explanation for everything. So, okay, let's see, let's try to work a little bit more with our business users. So, when we came back, in my case, when I came back with this model to Spain and I showed this to my business users, the interesting thing is that they understood perfectly what it was being represented. And very soon they started to consider an alternative way to represent the information. They understood what was being represented, but there were maybe some misinterpretations on the data. There were some things that they were convinced, but the model, the idea was clearly understood by them. And they started to work on this. And the interesting thing is that very intuitively, they started to reduce the number of dimensions. What they did is basically, okay, this dimension, which is basically a breakdown of this other dimension, is very specific, and it only appears in this case. So we can merge together these two dimensions into a single one. And maybe this other dimension is used only here, but they were starting to look at not only at FinRep, but to COREF and the statistics information, and even to the information for the credit risk central. So they said, okay, this dimension is very specific here, but it is going to be common in FinRep and in other plans. So we are going to let it remain as a dimension. So in the end, they, together with BRG, proposed a new model where we had just 20 dimensions. But for each one of those simplifications, there was a clear explanation. And as I said before, I'm an IT person. And basically, what we were reproducing here is the process of the normalization of the database. In data modeling, in LTech technologies, what we try to do is first define something like the perfect model. But then we go through a process which is called the normalization. We let's say, make that perfect model a bit more imperfect, but more practical. Maybe it is done in order to improve the performance on some queries, or maybe to improve the certain things. But the interesting thing is that our users, very intuitively, were able to do this job. And they gave a clear methodological approach to what we were doing, to this data model. There was, for instance, another example, which was the portfolio. I think was mentioned by Bartos. They also consider the different nature of some of the concepts. For instance, the portfolio is something that is going to change in the coming years. Actually, has changed this year in the it's going to change this year. So they decided to keep it clearly apart from other concepts which were more stable. Thanks to this, the change in the FSDP is going to have a very reduced impact on the model. So, what are the advantages of this approach? I've been talking about models, but a model is, again, a tool. And when we use models in a data technology, normally what we have a look is what we are going to use that model for. For instance, if you are going to make a database to deal with the, for instance, the tickets of applying for them, then what you try to do is to make sure that there are not going to be inconsistencies of the data, that the operations are not redundant, so that in every time that you have a look at the information in the database, it is consistent. Or if you have a look at data warehouses, what you try to do is to provide a model which is flexible enough, but whose performance is oriented towards the kind of queries that the users want to represent. And how do we want to model information in XBRL? That's a very good question to do. And actually, I think that answer wasn't clear until very recently, until this proposal of the BPM. Well, what we want to do is basically to have a stable and consistent model. We want, as I said before, we want companies, we want credit institutions to automatize the way they extract the information from the databases. And so if we provide a model which is consistent and it is stable in time, it will be possible for them to automatize the most part of the whole process. If we have a model where a certain concept is sometimes represented as a dimension, and in FINRED maybe it is represented as a primary item, or maybe as a breakdown of another dimension, then we are creating a problem. And in the end, what we are going to have is people entering information in an Excel spreadsheet. If we have this approach, we are gaining inconsistency because, as I said before, we are looking at the model as a whole thing. And we are identifying individually each financial property. And once one of these financial properties it is identified, it is reused everywhere this financial concept appears. We gain in stability, as for instance this good example of the portfolio. There are going to be changes in the data. Maybe the data that we are going to ask in 2 years from now is quite different from what we have. But there will be a lot of things in common. Probably, maybe counterparties are going to be the same. Or maybe the way to calculate amounts is going to be the same. So as long as those individual properties don't change, we will be able to reuse a lot of the information. And we will provide stability to the market. And finally, we have a model which is very explicit. When we ask for a piece of data to our credit institution, we'll say, I want you to give me, I don't know, loans for credit institutions calculated as fair value. Maybe I'm saying something stupid, okay? But you got it, yeah? For the Spanish sector, for this and this. And when they send to us the information, they say, okay, here's the loans for credit institutions in the Spanish sector, and this and this. So information it is explicitly represented in all the process. As far as the model is good enough, we won't suffer the problem that Dexia showed to us in that process. However, this model has some drawbacks as well. As I said before, we have the tables. These templates as a very important representation for a lot of users. This is important. But the model, as the model becomes more complex, not more complex, but more dimensional, there is a wider gap. And, you know, as we are in London, we mind the gap. So we want to fill this gap, and this is how the table link base has been born. The idea of the table link base that already Bartos and Herm have mentioned is to provide this link between the tables and the data model. And basically what we are saying is that this column here corresponds to this concept and this dimension with this value and this dimension with this value. As simple as that, but as necessary as that as well. So this revival of the presentation link base has very interesting properties. As I said before, it fills this gap. But it also improves the understanding of the model. You know, you remember my example of this dual notation. You have the music score on the top side, and you have the where to put your fingers on the bottom side. So it is going to provide additional information, which is good. Maybe there will be users that are able to understand exactly what we are requiring just by having a look at the model. But we are providing additional information. can be bad. And also we are providing this mapping information for fighters, which again it is a very important thing, and it's been a common requirement in a lot of our workshops by some companies. Another property is that together with some material that was released as part of the formula specification, which are generic labels and references, we will be able to put labels and reference to this composition of concepts. It is also possible to improve the way we show to the users the errors detected by a formula in base. Because as we are able to identify the data in this context, in the context of a table, it is going to be easier to give the user a graphical representation of where are their mistakes. Where are, for instance, putting those cells that have produced a mistake in red. And finally, this is a bit more subtle, but it allows the partition of data into subsets. These templates are not only a graphical representation, but they are used as a means to define subsets of data. And maybe some supervisors are using this, actually Bank of Spain and others are using them, to say these kind of institutions are required to send the information represented in these tables, maybe yearly or monthly or whatever. So somehow it represents a subset of data in the model. Well, more or less, the picture of our taxonomy now starts to look like this. We have the COREP and FINREP, not guidelines, but now will be technical standards. And we are defining a common dictionary for all of them. This common dictionary takes into account, obviously, it departs from the information in templates, but it is independent from the information on the templates. Actually, we could say that it is a representation of the technical standard itself. Then we have the templates, because part of the standards are the templates, and we want to represent the templates using the table in base. And finally, we are going to include, maybe not part of the technical standard, but somehow part of the material to be published, validation rules that are going to help to improve our process. And those validation rules are going to be represented in the formula in base. So as you can see, each part of the taxonomy that we have, it is more complex like this, obviously, but each part has a reason. We are using XBRL as a tool, not just using XBRL for itself. Just a couple of slides to finish. What are our next steps in our working group? What we want to work is on a draft of this, sorry, it says labeling base, but it means tabling base, to share with the rendering working group. Well, actually, this is something that we have already discussed in the rendering working group, first in the conference in Rock, but sadly, it was really hard in that conference for a lot of people to come, but I had some conversation with some members, with Goto-san and with Tanaka-san about these ideas. And then we had a meeting in Brussels where we presented this information, and it was well accepted. But, I mean, we have to get things down to earth and release real material to the working group. We are going to work in an European level formula in base. But before this, we have to make sure that what the definition of a formula in France is exactly the same as the definition of a formula in Spain. And for that, we have to deal maybe with some issues about interval arithmetic, which is basically a false way to say that we are going to be able to deal with rounding errors in a very automatic and sensible way. And another important thing we are working, and we expect that we are going to release to the group a draft very early, is a UML formalization of our architecture. As I said before, our architecture is basically a set of information requirements. This is the information that I want to represent on a taxonomy. So what we want is provide a UML model for this so that it is easier to understand what we want. It is easier to even to produce this mapping to the taxonomy, or maybe to other standards, we could produce a representation of this using maybe SD, MX, or other. And also, if we provide this kind of models, then maybe it will be also easy to create tools that deal with that information. And another thing we are working in is maybe the possibility of having implementation of some tools based on this architecture. Actually, in the Bank of Spain, we are very soon we are going to tender a contract to have a model editor. We are not referring to it as a taxonomy editor because it is not a taxonomy editor. What we want is to have a tool, a user-friendly tool for users to define the model. The model that was so easy for them to define first using a paper and then using a very simple but very efficient tool a pilot tool that we did. What we would like them is to work on that tool, represent the dimensions and the stuff and all that stuff and the template, the table, and so maybe from that tool produce the taxonomy. And also the idea that we have is to be able to define the formulas directly in that tool in a graphical way. As I said before, this is a contract that we are going to tender in the Bank of Spain. But the idea is that maybe if, well, this is open to anybody who is interested. It is also open to software vendors. So maybe the tender is not going to be explicit on whether we want in-house development or maybe we want to reuse tools. But if we make our own tool, the idea is probably to release it as an open source development so that it is available for other supervisors to be used. Just the last slide to finish for today. Let's think of the mistakes that we did in the past. Again, the tool thing. Taxonomies are tools to solve a problem. Let's try not to create problems rather than solve them. Taxonomies are for user people, are not for us. I mean, if people, we prefer to talk about sci-fi and that's that. We don't like to talk during dinner of link bases, external links. Again, let's think of XBRL 2.1. Simple is beautiful. So let's try to make things simple. And of course, we are going to be respectful with the standard, but not blindly aligned to common practices. So we are going to question anything. We are going first to consider what the problem that we want to solve, and then we will have a look at the common practices. So if this means that we are going to break a few rules and we are going to make a few people angry, as we have done already, well, we are going to keep this way. Last thing, let's try to avoid the proprietary usage of the specification, and let's invest maybe more time on the working groups. As I said before, this gap problem appeared with Corel. We were aware of this problem. Actually, I remember, I think it was Bartosz Ostrowski during the Madrid conference, the first one who said, but we need a representation of the tables that we have. We have a presentation in base, but we didn't have an idea of what we wanted to represent there. In the end, what we have is more or less a copy of the definition in base. As a consequence, all of us, Bundesbank, Banco de España, and Banco Belgium, and a lot of us, were having proprietary implementations of that table in base. Our idea, at least in the Bank of Spain, was, okay, let's do something simpler, and we are sure that very soon we will have a specification that will cover this. Well, 5 years have happened. And the truth is that if we have a problem, we better raise this problem in the working groups, and work together with the working group. When I think of all the time, of all of the resources that we have put in this thing, in this proprietary representation of those tables, I think that just using a third would have maybe enough to make a big push to the table in case of the rendering specification, and we wouldn't have this problem. So let's avoid this issue that has happened to many projects using tuples and using different stuff to represent dimensions. So if we have a problem, let's raise it. Let's raise it in a working group, let's see it. And then if the XBRL specifications are not enough, let's move the problem and let's deal with this problem at the working groups level. Because probably we are not the only ones suffering this problem. But I think that's pretty much it. I think we are a bit late, but I think it is time for some questions. And I mean, questions to any of us regarding the specifications, regarding the standards, or whatever.
Thank you very much, Ron and Mr. for giving us an insight in the development of XBRL International Lab. And thank you very much, Victor, for this interesting history lesson in XBRL and showing and illustrating what we have learned in the last 5-6 years. So we have now a short break of half an hour, so we continue at 11:15.
At the end of the conference, we are going to have a karaoke. That's why we have this microphone.
I'm going to copy the presentations. Catching those 4? 1, 2, 3, 4? No, only those 3.
And this version is
Another one? Okay.
A question. I'm new to this forum, and my original idea is that I have to implement all the new taxonomies that are to take place from 2012. Will they be presented in this data point model time?
all the changes will be transformed in a data point.
So when I start building tools and so on, I can take even I have to take starting point for the data point model, and will I also have a table link page?
Hopefully,
Hopefully only.
As a system, they are working on the rendering recognition service to get this run in time. But it sometimes takes a long time because there are several participants from different countries, different establishments, and all want to have special solutions, and it could take 1 or 2 years to get it done. But maybe we first take a first approach, and we change back to the standardized approach. It would be a solution for us. But we are not yet sure, as you see, is very active in working and trying to push forward our ideas working on those who we have support by but we can't guarantee that we will
And the problem is that the political pressure on having this new are quite high. Okay, so they will not stop just because we don't have the tools ready.
Right now, I don't think in the right version.
there are already some proprietary solutions that can be used until the specifications are ready.
Yeah, but the problem is that we also have already in place a number of solutions in our report, and ours was the development of these tools. Because we don't want to do all the investment.
It's not a good
Yeah, but the place where we have this, we have an online system where we can go and say, report, people see it. Yeah,
not preparing the visualization of the taxonomy. Now we are going forward and standard software. But there's some missing gaps. Missing has gaps. It's possible. Some support on the Russian tool. Only 1 to 3 persons. It could be more in terms of version and measurement of versions. They are experienced supporting the idea of a member of the version group when supporting the it's not needed to be an absolute expert technically. But it's possible. So a lot of standards here are mentioned as specifications. Now the rendering also the version is more perfectly late and it's now some time, but it does work.
I'm working in the Central Bank of Denmark, and then we have started operations today to have a common IT platform. And I have the resources for the next 3 years to start building this platform. But the main goal is to be ready for the product to do what is required. But we don't in Denmark have any XBRL experience at the moment. We are using it at all.
So we are not really a lot of people involved in XBRL in the Bundesbank. My colleagues who represent our project to one of our projects. I'm an expert, alone an expert there, but first we started with 2 experts in the Bundesbank, and then my technical colleagues moved out of the bank now, more or less alone for 7 years, and now I'm going to continue with some more.
You are hiring experts now to expand your.
Yeah, I try to confirm my knowledge to other colleagues in the Bundesbank, like my colleague here is in the project, and yeah, there's a lot of need now. We need a lot of experience and knowledge in XBRL. We have some by seminars, they are conducted by conscious some knowledge into the company.
Because I've been from the statistical department. Yes, and we're just working on implementing the new PSI. New York already have been applied to have this new version last year. But as an outcome, we are not obliged to have it. So we are implementing the new things there. And we have been through some quite a lot of same issues because we share the music dimension reports
So you're starting from the lowest level
from the high level. Many of the problems. We to find a way to make the issue stations. But what we want to do is to have the banks transfer the data automatically via apps files, and then if they are to correct figures, they can go into an online system and then correct the figures and send them. So we need this presentation.
But we also done is first publicly working with the old moves in the direction of the standards and then change. Okay,
we will have to do that because I need to be quite sure that I can deliver to the at 2012. So I think there will be a number of proprietary steps involved.
But when we started, we had only proprietary stuff. When we started in 2015, we should implement our own software, we have our own creative taxonomy, and we want to replace it with XBRL developers. I was forced to do it, but it's not my passion. So we want to get rid of it by doing it on standard software. It could be a first step, but it should not be the last one.
Oh, and then probably hard to maintain.
Yeah, hard to maintain. Currently, I'm not the only one having the knowledge to maintain the software, and with some geeks like Victor mentioned, they try to implement everything. So they replace XBRL and make it more easy to life with some edition. And then they spend a lot into to make some funny presentations just running, but it's not the intention of it. So to get even solutions like a tabling, they won't have the possibility to make something red or blue or white or whatever, but it will show in an easy way the structure of it.
But I think that some kind of official statement about how will the taxonomy that we are going to implement in 2012, how will that be represented? Will it have data points? Will it have
we won't change our architecture ideas.
So at least the data points, they are part of the data.
The precondition, the first precondition, because we want to generate a taxonomy out of these data points.
But
don't leave our good ideas.
So table link basis, that's more of a question.
Hopefully we'll get it done, but it's not very good.
Yeah.
And it takes time to do it. Something's moving in the board. We have so many projects involved. We have to discuss with our Australian project, for example, they have specific needs, we have specific needs, and you have to combine them. I think we have also the SAP somewhere, they also have dimensional taxonomy, maybe they have also similarly, but it could be also comparable common solutions on standard.
Another question, do you know how to get the whitepaper?
Gabi Maria can help. I'm not sure if we have some.
Oh, yeah, I'm probably.
The correct version.
I think so, yes. I converted to the old Excel.
Yesterday it ran like a vacation. But I don't know.
The one of them is not in the correct version. How could you compare? There's the FinRep template. You will see that it's XOSX. Thank you.
Should we wait until it's
No, it's for later.
So we like to begin with our workshop. We'll have now a presentation about the FinRep Revision 2. It was prepared last year and it's now in use. I think it could be in use in the community, and Bartosz Oshoki and Niklas Kuchowski will give us an insight about the data point structure, the taxonomies, and all the other deliverables helped by them. Okay.
Thank you, Katrin.
Okay. Please count as your keep relation paper. So you please fill in and visit after the workshop here at the university. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so the plan for this session is to introduce you to the FinRep revised to XBRL taxonomy and data point structure, and also what is the schedule, what is the status of that, and additionally, Victor already implemented the the history of how we reached the conclusion of how to build taxonomy and what should be its architecture. So I will say a bit more about how this architecture looks right now for FINREP and for the entire Eurofiling project. And also the rendering of the tables link base that was introduced by Victor. I will try to say a few more words, because after this presentation we will actually use some tool, Excel add-in, to generate the taxonomy and to build the rendering link base, tables link base. Sorry, and then during the next presentation, Herm will show that he's already able to load that link into the RL piece of software that is open source and developed by him. So what is the status and the history actually? The first version of the FINREP taxonomy that was built according to new model was developed in 2009. This is where we came up in the Eurofiling group in this approach of data points. Trying to put as many breakdowns as possible and then explicitly name every cell. And of course, as Victor said, it's not like we already were imposing that many dimensions on the taxonomy level, because at the end you can compose this information and create a single item for each cell. But it turned out that this way of building makes sense to some extent, and after normalization by FINREP team, we managed to lower down the number of dimensions, and we will still working on lowering it down. We will show you in a moment. So how did it look back in 2009? This is the data point structure that was developed back then. As you could see, it contained 39 dimensions, and they were very some of them were very narrow, and the application was very narrow, but we tried to put everything as a separate breakdown if there was a set of concepts that had something in common and was cohesive and very different to other set of concepts. So we didn't mix things at that point of time. Right now in the model that I will present later, some things are mixed, but this is because business users figure out that it's easier this way, and it doesn't make sense to have a breakdown that's applicable only in a certain place if we can mix it with another breakdown, and it will not cause too much trouble. There are some consequences of that, but this is the regular process of building, as Victor explained, a database. When you try to create a perfect model and then you make it a bit less perfect in order to make it more usable. So each breakdown was characterized by first a list of concepts and then the hierarchy. So we always maintain the hierarchy, because without it, it's very difficult for business users to review the data. I will show you later that this hierarchy actually makes it easy to maintain the taxonomy, because every time you want to introduce something, you have to figure out how it fits in this hierarchy and how does it relate to other concepts. So we will show you some examples for that. So this was the first approach, and of course, in order to relate that Excel spreadsheet to the original templates of FINREP, we had to create some kind of link. And this link was called table. I know the name is stupid, but we're from Poland and we're not good at inventing English names for things. So this is a table that contains information about what template it refers to and what are the cells. And this particular row explains what is the content of cells D22 and 2D27 in template 1.1. So what we have to figure out and analyze in the old model is that there are some assets. The amount of assets is described as the subdomain AM02, which is here, carrying amount. Then we have information about the next breakdown, which is category main. From the category main, this is CM04, and CM04 is actually its loans and receivables and held to maturity, etc., etc. So as you can see, it wasn't very usable at the very beginning, but it was the first step to figure out how to put a notation for it. Right now it's much easier, and I will show you that later. So this was done back in 2009, and this version was released in December 2009, and then it was proposed for the FinWeb network and reviewed by the by business users. So what has changed since then is that, first of all, we have a different notation. So we don't focus that much on dimensions. We move to the focus on the domains because, well, as I said, we try to normalize it a little bit, and some things got merged together. Then the first version contained this table when we have each row could refer to a set of cells, but because it was very difficult for review, the new versions of DPM contained a table that contained information for each row separately, and each cell in the template is a single row in the data model. I will show you that later. But at the end, after we the project that was conducted at the Bank of Spain for the ECB statistics, we figured out that this template table is not really needed because we have this Excel tool that was developed as a byproduct in this project that helps to relate the data point model to the templates. I will show you this tool at the end. We will build a taxonomy in this way. So this table is no longer necessary. The thing is that it was, first of all, as you can see, you can imagine that it was quite difficult to build this table because it's quite huge. That's first of all. Can I move it away? It contains hundreds of rows, and you have to refer to other worksheets to figure out what is there. So it's highly probable that there are some errors here. And if you make it later in the taxonomy in this table link base, you will figure out that the table link base may be something different than what is in this table. So having two formats turned out to be not very effective. So right now we only have the rendering or the table link base. This is from the notation. Of course, the taxonomy that was built back in 2009 for this data point model is very different to how the taxonomy will look right now, because during this time we figured out that, well, everyone agreed that we will model taxonomy in the data points, which means that we have to change a bit its architecture, and there are some things that were shifted and moved. But this taxonomy that was developed in 2009, you can still see it on the internet and on the Eurofiling website. But I would recommend to take a look at the new versions that was developed recently. And then, of course, apart from the changes in the notation in Excel and the changes to the architecture of the taxonomy, which we'll discuss in a moment, there was also some changes in the content of the data points because it was reviewed. The first team to review it was the Banco de España users, and they took a thorough review. So I will show you that they actually, first of all, they understood what is there, because this is what we received from them without even explaining them how it looks in the data point, how the data point structure look. Of course, Victor worked with them to tell them how to read this data point model, but at the end, we figure out that they are able to work with it without without asking us if I'm doing something right or wrong. So actually, the structures that we reviewed, they have moved some things around. So one thing that was already mentioned is that the instruments, because they are stable, they remain as classes of assets, and the portfolio was created separately because this is something that changes a lot. And the number of changes was quite high. The thing is that in the new version we have all the track of changes. So we in the Excel that is right now available, the data point structure, which is this one, you can see that it contains all the worksheets that were previously used to show what were the changes. So we have information that there was product origin dimension consisting of assets and liabilities when we were indicating in the income statement whether the interest income is from the assets or liabilities side. Right now this was moved, and this is the explanation why it was moved where. So we try to keep a track on that, because otherwise it will be difficult to to figure out why we took a certain decision. But with this model, we have all the information, all the description why something was moved and where. That's another thing. So having this analyzed, we built a new data point model, and this is it. So you have the breakdowns into amounts, allowances, before and after tax, comprehensive income items, etc., etc. There is a number of them, and we already have some, because this year we were planning to develop taxonomy based on that, and this was stopped because we wait for the final version of templates from the EBA, which will introduce most likely IFRS 9. But we already tried to put that in relation to the original Excel with templates. I will show you in a moment what is the result. Going back to slides. So it was reviewed. So it's not like something that was proposed and no one took a look at it. It has been reviewed by business users, and we have their feedback, and we implemented their feedback, and right now we have some other suggestions for them how to make it even more usable. And the plan is that as we learned from the FinWeb network, the final templates for the consultation will be reviewed, will be released in June 2011, and then the final version, final, is expected for the 2011 December, January 2012. So it's going to be, what is in these templates will be effective since first quarter of 2013. So this is where the filers will have to actually file according to these templates. And the IFRS 9 is right now included in these templates. However, it's not yet decided if it's going to be incorporated in the final version, because this is subject to decision of the ISB and the EU Commission. And there are also some further changes expected in the future in IFRSs. For example, there is a plan to split balance sheet and income statement by operations, by different businesses, so operation, finance, and investing. And it was already in some version of FinWeb templates. However, the ISB decided to postpone this project, so it's also not yet there. But this is something that we expect, and we are prepared for that because we already have a separate dimension that was previously created for the in the older version for the cash flow statement, where we have this information inside. So once we have the templates, which will be released in June, we'll start the work on the data points model immediately when we have them. So the taxonomy shall be available in autumn, probably September, and depending on where will be the final version of the templates, we plan to have the taxonomy ready by the end of first quarter of 2012. So there will be a couple of 9 months at least for the testing, implementation, etc. So let me show you briefly how this model looks. The easiest way right now to read the model is that, of course, you need to have these breakdowns where we identify what is the domain and what is the structure and the hierarchy. But actually, in order to make it even more easy, we just have to put it inside because this is the new version of Excel. In the original templates, we already put the coordinates from all the dimensions. So this is the templates that are actually given to us by business users. So what we did is, for each row and each column, we try to identify from each breakdown what are the applicable values. So we have derivatives held for trading from all markets and all risk types, and you can see that these are actually elements that come from different breakdowns. So what breakdowns do we have right now? We have allowances, and you can see from the slide that this is something that we actually want to put inside of amount breakdown. Amount breakdown is the breakdown which tells you how something is measured and what is the way to get to a certain measure. For example, you have the carrying amount, which is the thing that is in the balance sheet. But in order to have a carrying amount, you need to have a gross carrying amount, from which you subtract the accumulated unrealized gains losses and some allowances, and then you have the net carrying amount. Then you have a different classification because this carrying amount can be also a fair value, and then you have fair value levels, which indicate how was this carrying amount and fair value amount indicated. Maximum exposure to credit risk is a totally different thing. It's not carrying carrying amount is not fair value. It's a totally different notation. And this is the breakdown that gathers this kind of information. And of course, these allowances, so specific and collective allowances, we can put them somewhere in here because this is actually a way of going from the gross carrying amount through the impairment to the net carrying amount. Before and after tax, this is pretty straightforward dimension that we use in the income statement because most of the items are before tax and then the last one is after tax. The comprehensive income category, this is actually something that combines income statement and comprehensive income at once, because what we have in the comprehensive income, the first line is profit loss, which means that we actually have the profit loss breakdown somewhere below it. And of course, what is important, as I said, is that you always have the hierarchy, because without hierarchy, it will be very difficult to read it and review it. Of course, there are also type dimensions. This is a type dimension that is used for table 25, where we have different entities, and we identify what is our investment in those entities. Collateral guarantee, this is something that Michael mentioned yesterday. This is shared with Correct, for example. Controlling, not controlling interest, different counterparties, geographical areas. Now, the thing that I wanted to show you is that imagine that right now a supervisor, EBA, decides that they will change a bit the counterparty breakdown, which means they have to introduce one more item. For example, monetary financial institutions. Normally, what they would do, they would have to define an item for that. But also, what they have to do, they have to put it in this classification. So they have to say what is exactly MFIs. Which of these entities classify as MFIs? If it's not possible to do it, they have to split the definition, for example, of credit institution into the one that classifies as MFI and the one that doesn't. So it makes it very, very explicit. Every change that is introduced impacts the current elements. And this also helps with maintenance, because at the end you will see that in many cases we have something which is, for me, very annoying, which is other. And this other is a different thing depending on what is above in the hierarchy. So what we do, and this is very clear in the main categories, especially where we have classes of assets and liabilities, each other has explicit definition what kind of other it is, in order to make sure that when we name something and require something as other, and the next year we'll change the other items in the hierarchy, this other is also going to be a different thing, and we have to indicate that. And normally it's not done this way. Other is just other, and we have to analyze the hierarchy. But when you do the mappings, you may not be able to see that, so you have to be able to know that this other has also changed. The portfolio, so just two dimensions that I would like to discuss in more details. First one is main categories, and this is actually, well, the main category is not very fortunate. We already agreed on that. This is more like classes of assets, liabilities, equity. For assets, we have the breakdown into financial instruments and then the tangible assets. For liabilities, we have also financial instruments and then provisions, etc. The equity has its own classes, and so on and so on. And the portfolio breakdown is the one that reflects the IAS 39 in the future IFRS 9 portfolios, and those that are outside of IAS 39, where you also have the different revaluation models, cost models. And then there is something which is totally out of this measurement, which is held for sale. And in the balance sheet, you know, there is a separate thing for that. So each breakdown reflects some kind of coherent view on some kind of classification. And that we try to have justification for each of them, so it's not like created like this, but we try to figure out what is the reason, why do these items have something in common. And if you review that, you can see that there are already some changes to be implemented. Those in red are those that we put inside because otherwise we weren't able to actually express it right now in the consistent way. And those in black is something that is proposed. So you can see that, first of all, there will be fewer number of dimensions or breakdowns because these allowances, the collateral guarantee will be included into main categories. Similarly, there will be a change in the market, because right now market mixes two things, the instruments and the and the actual market. So this is something that we have to figure out. Then we have to, especially in the geographical areas, break down. The problem we have right now is that if the information is going to be gathered by the EBA or ECB at some point of time, we can't leave it in as it is built right now. Because right now what we have is we have domestic EMU countries other than EU countries and rest of the world. This is not clear because domestic, well, it depends which country you are. EMU countries, it also depends because it's actually EMU countries apart from domestic. So it can be everything in Europe apart from Poland, or actually not, because Poland is not in the Eurozone, so it's not going to be that. Poland would be somewhere excluded in here. So we'll have a lot of combinations here, but we'll be explicit what country do we refer to instead of saying domestic, because this is, if you aggregate data at the European level, you're not able to do it because you don't know what is this domestic. So this is where we probably have to put, this is actually Spain, this is EMU other than Spain, this is other EU countries than EMU countries, and this is rest of the world. In case of Poland, it's going to be Poland's going to be domestic, EMU countries will be EMU, not except Poland because Poland is not in EMU, but other than EU countries will be other than EU countries, then EMU and Poland. So we'll have to put a lot of combinations in here, most likely. So these are the main changes. I'm not sure if we should analyze them all because I'm not sure if everyone is that much familiar with the model as it is right now. Just to indicate that this model that is available is not yet final, and the changes that we expect are not only this, but also the changes related to IFRS 9 and new templates. So, because we don't have anything stable, we had to invent something stable, and we invented the testing materials, which is a set of 11 tables, which is a combination of FinRep and statistics, and we try to figure out the most common use cases in order to start modeling the taxonomy and do some testing examples, etc. So there is a data point model, which defines all the information. There is also a proposal how to generate the hypercubes, and if it's going to be the complete scope hypercubes for the entire model, including some more information, or template-specific, or cross-template. This is something that we debated on yesterday. And also we create for that a taxonomy that can use that is already used by a number of software vendors for testing purposes. For example, Herm will show you how it works in RL, but also other software vendors are using it to figure out and prepare already for the new architecture of the European taxonomies. Now the taxonomy itself, it will look a bit differently. We try to identify the levels on the taxonomy in order to make them stable. So there are 3 levels. There is conceptual level when we have a dictionary, there is functional relationship layer, and there is presentation relationship layer. The first layer is built when we have definition of concept, and the purpose of that is that we have a coherent link with the regulations. So if regulation says that there is equity instruments and this is the definition, we define equity instrument and link it with the reference to the original act. And this is something that we want to make sure that we are really reflecting what is in the regulations. The functional relationship layer, this is where we want to have stability of mapping. So we will create hypercubes that are not for each template, but these hypercubes will be cross-template, which means that if something is moved from table 1 to table 4, it will not affect this level because this is going to be, this ignores the views at all. And this is where we hope to have the stability of mapping to and from the taxonomy, because this is something that will not change if the views change, provided that there will be no changes in the legal regulation. So if there is a change in the legal regulation, of course we'll have to do some change in the functional scope, but if there is a change in presentation, this will remain stable. And this is very important because FinRep templates that were released previously, there were 40 templates. Right now there are just 25, but it's not because they were removed, but they were moved around. And now we have a template 45B, which was 25B, which was 34 before, and it was merged together with another template. It didn't change anything on the mapping side, and it didn't change any definitions, but we have new views. That's why the views will be totally separate thing. And even if the taxonomy architecture in the splitting in files and folders, this is a separate folder with the views, which will change quite often, but hopefully it will not affect the mappings. This is more detailed explanation about what I discussed. So where to put what and what is the functional relationships and presentational relationships. I'm not sure we have time to discuss this, but this is something that you can always go to and refer to the slides. So the plan is that we will have these 3 levels, and the taxonomy will reflect what is on these levels. So first level is where we have this dictionary of concepts. So we define a concept one by one, and we try to put them in sets so that they have something in common. Then we create these hypercubes, these functional relationships, when we identify that in general there are loans, and loans can be broken down by different time intervals and by different counterparties and etc. etc. So nothing to do with presentation yet. But then from this entire data model, we will select bits and pieces for the presentation. So okay, I know that loans can be broken down by different time intervals and by different countries, but in this particular moment, I just need loans that are between 1 and 2 years from, let's say, Greece, because this is something that may be very risky. So these views can change if the crisis affects different countries, but the model shall remain very stable. And if you take a look at the different files that XBRL taxonomy has, this table explains what goes where. So what do we have in the schema on each level? So we have the common dictionary, a dictionary that is specific for EBA, ECB, etc. We have functional relationships and presentational relationships. And this table explains what is exactly placed where. Again, I'm not going to explain that right now because it's not that much important, but if you're interested, there's always a reference showing which information is defined on what level. And this is the ultimate folder structure. One important thing that I already indicated is that this is where we have the definitions. So this is definitions of concepts and the hypercubes, and this is something which is in a separate folder than the views. So the views can change, and there are 2 dates to indicate first the legislation publication and then the taxonomy publication in case there are some bugs in the views. But we plan to have this stable, and this one is something that is more flexible for and subject to changes. And this is the entire files and folders relationships, so you can see how the taxonomy is built in terms of what files go where and what files are there in general. And again, we have a separate folder for the definitions and separate for the views. And there are some new, well, not new anymore because you've been told this a lot of times already, new conventions for naming. So what was decided is that naming, first of all, should be very, very short and very, very, we shouldn't rely that much on names of elements and names of things like file names. It shouldn't be that much informative right now because we have other places to put this information. So this is the table that presents what will be the namespaces and prefixes. We can see there will be just a single namespace for primary items, single namespace where we define dimensions, and for each domain there will be a single namespace. So what is the new mechanism that will be used is that instead of importing another taxonomy, we will include another taxonomy. So if we have, for example, a primary items which are defined for EBA and ECB at the same time, so they are common, and they are in a certain schema file, there will be also primary items that are specific only for let's say, ECB, for statistics. But they will be defined within the same namespace, so there will be no change between the namespace depending on the level. And the reason for that is that very often the situation is that some items move from common to specific, etc. And if we create them in a separate schema files with different namespaces, it means that we'll have to do some remapping. But if we keep the namespace the same for each of the files, it means that we can physically move its location to a different file, but in terms of the mappings, it will have no influence. And as you can see, also the namespaces don't have a date anymore, because this is also something that was considered quite difficult in terms of remapping. It required one more action to remap the namespaces. So the only information about the version of the file will be on the processing instruction, where we'll have the taxonomy version and also the official URI. And the official URI, of course, will include the date, but not on namespaces. And the change that you already know, the items will no longer have the meaningful names. The names will be very, very short. But there will be some meaning. For example, it was decided that we will use, for the primary items, the first letter will indicate what is the type of the concept, the second letter if it's instant or duration, and then we'll have some sequential number. The reason for that we include some of the characteristics, is that first of all, if any of the characteristics changes, like the data type or the period type, it means that we have to create a new concept. So it's not something that affects the, it's something that affects really the mappings, and there will have to be some remappings. And the other thing is that actually this helps a lot when, for example, building a formula, when we actually refer to Q names, and we want to know if we add up monetary items and if they are both instant or duration, because we have to create certain filters. So this is for primary items. And for dimensions and domain members, we also use something very, very straightforward, which is the letter X plus sequential number. But for some domain members from certain domains, it will be considered to use some standard codes or abbreviations. For example, there is a set of currency codes, which means that we can use actually this as element name instead of X1, X2, X3, X3, because this is already something standard. The same for geographical and political areas, or for example for time intervals, when we can assign that this is less or equal than 1 year, or this is greater than 90 days, less equal 180 days, and so on and so on. And these are examples of how the element names look like now. So the element with the prefix base MI9, this is actually assets, and base MD9, this is changes in assets, and MAX1 is the member of market domain, for example OTC. GAPL, this is Poland in geographical and political areas, and so on. So this is pretty straightforward. The element names are short, the instance documents are smaller, taxonomies are smaller, and indeed you always need a label link base to see what is there. The element name shouldn't be something that you should rely on, especially that there is a number of reasons, especially in this group in Eurofiling, when we don't have a single language that we can use, and sometimes the element name, the label changes but the meaning remains the same. Should it impact the change of the element name or not? This is a question. And this is all about the architecture. And the last thing I wanted to show is the tables link base. So just to introduce this concept and show you how it looks. So in general, this is evolution of the solutions that were already used at different central banks for rendering and presenting the information in taxonomies. As Victor discussed, presentation link base can show you some hierarchy, but that's all. It's just hierarchy. The definition link base, it can show you dimensional tables, but this is not actually the views. It's the modeling of data, not the presenting of data. So there was no mechanism to express what should be the headers of rows and headers of columns in XBRL. So there were some proprietary solutions. For example, Bank of Spain was using presentation link base with some special design, custom design, that was able to render the information according to the original templates concerning primary item and dimensions. The problem is that the more dimensional we go, it's getting more difficult to use this solution. So instead of using that, this table link base was invented and started to be used in the BSI MIR taxonomies in the Bank of Spain, where it is used right now. So it's something that is in use. It's not something that we haven't tested yet, and it's still the process of adding new features inside of it is still in progress. What is also important is that this is based on generic link, so it's not totally custom thing. Generic link is XBRL specification, and most of the tools understand that already and are able to read it. Maybe they don't understand the semantics behind it, but they understand the syntax. So it will not raise an error if you have a generic link base as part of the taxonomy, if the tool may not be able to read it and understand it in the way how you meant it to be understood, but it will read it and it will process it and will understand that there are some resources out, etc. And it turned out that this solution handles very well the data points modeling. And the other thing that I will show you is that some tables require normalization before we can use this table's link base, because as the templates are built by business users, there is a lot of implicit information that you have to make explicit in order to use this approach, because data points are explicit. That's why you need to somehow remodel sometimes a table and show it a bit differently than the original, but I think it's more explicit as well. So it's actually a benefit. So there are some principle of operation. It's actually very, very simple. What we have is a table, and in the Eurofiling project we put each table in a separate extended link. That's the approach, but it doesn't have to be this way. Then we have axes. We have three axes: Y, X, and Z. Y-axis is usually for indicating what is in the headers of columns. X-axis indicates what is in the headers of rows, and there is Z-axis, which is something which is behind the table, or there is for example, a drop-down list above the table that you select from this drop-down list, and then you have a new version of the table. This is common, for example, in the core app CRRIRB, when you have a drop-down list at the top, when you select the own estimates of LGD factors and your exposure class, and then you type in the data, or you are able to view the data from a certain table. What was very important is the ability to express hierarchical structure, because headers of columns and headers of rows, they usually have some hierarchy and dependency. So this is something that was included in this solution. There are generic labels and references that allow to actually name every header of a row, every header of a column, and add some additional information, for example, references. And there is the algorithm for inheriting information from upper level coordinates. And this is similar to how, for example, dimensions work. When you attach a hypercube to a primary item which is higher in the tree, in the hierarchy, elements below inherit this information. But this link base is even more advanced, because at some point you can exclude a certain information or replace it with a different one. So if you take a look at the table, you will see that this is actually the example that we analyzed yesterday when we tried to figure out what is in headers of rows and headers of columns and name every data point inside. You will see that some information that is in this table is applicable to a certain axis. For example, this was the balance sheet part of assets, so the entire table was about assets. So we can put it on Z-axis because it applies to the entire table. Location of activity, and it was expressed in the header of the title of the table, was spent. Again, something to put on Z-axis. And all the amounts here are outstanding. So this is something also that we can put in this Z-axis. And then on X-axis we had counterparty residence and currencies, and on Y-axis there were three things: category of assets, counterparty sector, and original maturity. So you can see that you can plan to put your breakdowns on certain axes. And from the schema point of view and link-based point of view, there is a schema file available under this link, and it defines what is the structure, what are the resources that can be used in the rendering, tables link-based. So you have a generic link, you start with a table resource, you have an arc which points to the axis coordinate and says which type of axis it is. And this coordinate can refer to other coordinates and create a hierarchy, and also contain information: what is the primary item, what is the time reference, so you can have something like period start, period end, preferred labels. Then we have information about explicit dimension and type dimension. And also at any time we can clear the value for a dimension, and we can have a hierarchy of that. And there is also a label associated with each axis coordinate, which identifies what is actually the title of the header of row or header of column. So we have the content and the title. And also you can make this axis coordinates abstract. This is similar to usable false in the definition link base for dimensions. Okay, so let me show you the tool right now. Unfortunately, we will not be able to present it in here, so I'll just switch to my computer. So just to show you how it looks right now, how this taxonomy development process This only works for this. Okay. Because the pin is inside.
Maybe.
Okay. So I wasn't aware of that, sorry. So I'm not able to show you that. It's a pity. Because this actually of creating a taxonomy right now is quite fast. But in the other room there is another cable. Maybe we can replace it. Excuse me? No. We'll try to replace this cord because I think it's worth showing that, especially that we have supervisors that will extend this taxonomy and this tool that we want to present is I mean, yes, sure. Yes. There was the first version of the document. But in terms of XBRL technology behind it or the data model? In terms of data model, there is a FINREP template and guidelines available on the PBA website. And in terms of the architecture, there was a document that was written for taxonomy developed back in 2009, this first version that I mentioned at the beginning. And right now it's being updated for this proposal for changes in the new taxonomy. Yes.
And in fact, we're working out the link between the, let's say, correct
Why?
One of the cables is shoved in.
What is this? This is not good.
Got another cable from the other room.
Yeah, but if it goes over there, then we'll have to do anything. But it can't be that long, can it? No, I don't have this. I was trying to show it.
Does anybody have tweezers?
No, it's okay.
But how do we get this back? Do you need to do a control F5? Function F5?
We should do it now.
Well, I don't know if this pin is missing.
Okay, so maybe it doesn't work here as well right now.
The cable looks bad. One of the pins is pushed in.
Yeah. But it was already like that, right? What do you mean? It's always there. Now it doesn't work even on this laptop. Wow. Let's do a short technical break.
Yeah.
But you can show it on your knees.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
Yeah. So this schedule is this one.
I'm looking for another meeting room with the cable.
That's right. Well,
Yes.
but it's smaller. Yes, so yeah, but then Herm is also showing
We have some further presentation.
you know this one. It doesn't work.
But it doesn't work now.
So we need-
nothing works.
So let's put this name, maybe we can have the organizers that there is an effect project.
I think Herm is just left to get something organized. So maybe we have to switch from the chairs to the other room.
Yes.
This is architecture now. For your same within BPB environment.
Yes, so there's some kind of separate I suppose it's low, but we hope that the cooperation between CBA and EOPA will be also in relation to the technical standard. I believe there's someone who's here. Maybe let's say something more about the taxonomy of EOPA because it was talked a lot about the common umbrella. So. I don't know. It will be taken. Yeah. Okay, so at the moment we have to assume that there is no connection. Could be in the next future. Yes, but not now.
Let's try it in the other room.
We can discuss offline. Another question.
Yes.
How will the reference XBRL leading?
The reference to
How will the legal
the references will be on different levels. The first level will be where I said where the concepts are defined. So this is where we want to get the link. And then there will be also references that are template specific because they are sometimes very different to what is the real concept about. So the concept is defined somewhere, but in this particular application, the reference is very specific. So if you take a look at this table when there was the information about what goes in with link basis, it indicates what kind of references go where.
So they are included.
Yes, of course. The CRD and IFRS.
you could take a lunch break now. So that we have more time to schedule the technical stuff. And maybe we have to switch to another room, but we have to decide now what we take. But continuing is not possible. So let's go out now and have a bit of a lunch. And hopefully we have up to 6 in 1 hour.
The same one, but different endings to different places. You get to enter. But this should be already working on. Yeah, it doesn't work.
I think it's a menu entry on that thing. Oh, no, 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 it's working. It's working.
No, I just trying to change the
Yeah, doesn't work that much on that.
Wait. But what's
But
that?
it worked fine on yours before, right?
Yeah.
I think we have to stick with it.
But it doesn't work right now.
No, it just works when we hit stop. Because nothing is now working.
Just the other room.
If you put it up in the room.
It could be also
Yeah.
but there is no one responsible.
You were talking to me the other time, there is another room, something like this, on the other side. Maybe we can change the room.
Okay, would you have to find someone responsible?
Alison or maybe Wolfgang.
I would watch.
I don't want to leave this here because somebody's going to trip. Or if they come, they'll kick us out if they see the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Is this your power?
Yeah, this is my.
Where's your battery? Let's see if we can get yours back. Now I can try to put a rel on this if you want.
Yeah. I can try to install this Excel as well, but let's first make it work.
Is it 64 or 32?
32, I think, but let me check it.
First, see if we can get that. Javier, what did you do to make this work before?
Cancel? It doesn't cancel it.
Is it sending a signal now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Let them find somebody. Relax. Yeah.
Which cable are you using? Is this the one that was in the floor? Or yeah. Yes, it's in the... Maybe it could be. No, it wasn't switched on. So just give me a few moments. I've just got to make sure I've got the right floor box, and you should be connected.
Están viendo cómo nos la pantalla, nos parado y ¿es así? Sí, estamos comiendo.
Okay, what about it? Okay, that's what I'm going to see. I just wanted to give that the chance to get one, but it don't seem to work. You said you'll come back in 10 minutes. If not, so we will switch the tables inside. There are not so many people who didn't check.
Yeah. Not a cell phone, yeah, but it was combined by the addition of the number that was in the header of column and the header of row. So we can put the coordinates 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we put 10, 20, 30, and 40. So we have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 22, 23. What we do, we put this number for the each row, each column in each row, as another label for the row and column. This solution is the same. They don't care what is behind it. They just have a row which number is 20. If it's the same row as the other row, the addition is particular.
show you that. For the easier if we draw it. Actually, I can also show it here. So let's assume this is a template. And this is the number. And we build it this way, that total is number 00000. Euro is 80. Foreign currency is 120. And you can see that, and then we have 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 80 for the euro and 8 for the other general government. But it only depends on this particular template. So we don't figure out what that always euro is 80. It's not like what we do. Because this is how the templates look like. We just have to resemble that. And we didn't mean to do any kind of coding. It's just what's the result.
My question is, look at your data. The data model which is really at the very basis that we see itself. Do we have needs? Do we have a possibility to assign to label any combination somewhere, saying, okay, this is the
she will come back, but she don't think that she's able to get one.
So what you're saying is also, we've been considering that because then it will say that this will be something that will help you run to your class. Because we'll have every component out there so far. And this is also the good form, because exactly.
The main of the code is in fact the confirmation of the item and code for the dimension. Code for the dimension and domain number from this review.
technically that if we compile such a code finally, it needs to be compiled by some properties that are attached to the component.
Yes.
Okay.
For example, I can show you something. If you
But
create a
the main
context,
question is this, so the present version of the table interface or random interface is already able to assign those small piece codes which together then give the
Problem. Those codes will not be so small because first there will be a lot of domains that are used. And the second thing will be even more problematic is what will be the order of that.
yes, the
Because
order
if
of
you
the
will
dimension.
change the orders that
Okay,
you
you
are
have a different
mentioned,
code.
there's different codes.
So you need a prioritization
Or
in National Bank of Poland, they do it automatically. So, but if they have a new dimension, it don't have yet.
but this is the kind of solution that we identify those cells without taking into consideration the order.
No, but when you identify a cell, you take into account because you describe every property separately, then you combine it together. So then, when combining it together, you can enforce a certain order. So
you never allow to
Yeah,
change
but
the order.
this is the problem because you add an additional dimension. And the second thing is when we don't want to make any naming convention of the context or domain members of X1, X2, X3, then again the problem of how to create order cannot be according to alphabetical order. It doesn't make any sense.
So this is where we should have it.
That is somewhere we want we need an identification of itself. Maybe that's writing codes in, which are resulting just from rendering the composition of the dimensional items. That is kind of previous. I was hoping now
A się ludzie wolne adapter, żeby się podładować, to może trzymać, czy bardzo?
Tam z tyłu masz przedłużać taki duży. Możesz się do tego na
the trouble, the mistake, the error. And then just from the column and the row, those domains for those members that are problematic. For example, we just say not all information about the coordinates of each cell, but just for Spain and currency Europe, there is a problem with Spain and currency other than Europe. So you don't need every information about every breakdown that is applicable, but only those breakdowns that are different between the cells that is mentioned.
Here we are in very complicated solution. So because you need to make a filter on the non-vital information and the vital information.
This is not the problem of being vital or non-vital, but if the cells affected by error have some dimension used and this is the same dimension, then in fact in an error you don't have to mention it. We need to indicate only the differences in dimension between those cells. It's amazing.
This is how they do it for the National Bank of Holland, when they have three dimensions here for the ID, currencies, and different counterparties. They alphabetically name them. So this is portfolio A, counterparty 8. This is one, and this is the same. And then this is currency 2. So they combine it all together. So sometimes they have like 5 here, 3 here, and then at the
So in my solution, assuming that what I suggested, assuming that there will be a problem between those three cells, that we identify only this dimension that make a difference between them, and the row that it is affected. So for which information, if it is the only difference between them is, let's say, time intervals, so indicate which time intervals is affected by the problem, so in fact it's row, and then between those columns, also the differences in domain members used. Theoretically can be done, I suppose, but I'm not making it.
Yeah. This type of solution is kind of a pre-victory.
And the good point is that we don't have to analyze. In this case, we have just the three domain, the dimension used. But in some cases, let's say correct, it can be 9. So in fact, those things will be, even based on that approach, will be long. So in fact, what we need is the differences, not false information. Ale rozumiem, że on działa tylko z tym laptopem cały czas.
Tak, ale działa. Trzeba zainstalować tutaj tego.
Admina i inne pierdoły.
Jest który opis.
Dostęp do datu tu jest?
Wi-Fi przyznać, no. Ale... Nie, to jest Excel 2003.
Będzie pod nim łatwiej chodził?
Nie działa. Yeah, but I'm not able to install because this is Windows, this is Office 2003, and the tool works only under 2007, so I'm not able to show it anymore. But maybe I can connect to GoToMeeting and show my screen on GoToMeeting here.
Yes,
Do you think
yes.
it works?
But the problem is the wire connection. All of these thoughts I already have yesterday.
Yeah.
The problem is that Wi-Fi
It's
falls
so-
down every 30 minutes.
But this is not a problem when you reconnect again, I think.
Okay.
This could be a possibility. Yes?
Yeah.
Perfect. Reconnect, but it's not a problem.
XBRL community solves every problem.
Wi-Fi.
So how do I join it?
I'm fine. No.
Go to filing the info. Okay. Let me open again the webinar. I don't know if there will be anybody here or not. Okay, and this one.
Good?
Yeah. Name, surname, hold down. Name, surname, and email address. We'll pass to you the control of the screen. Whoa, this table is.
Yeah, watch out.
Welcome to the EBA.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I can see you.
I can see you.
Show screen, show screen. Whoa. Mute your computer.
It unmutes automatically.
Yeah.
Well, I can use telephone if I'm going to mute the computer.
Okay, and then I can. This is your screen.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And I.
There are 9 attendees.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. But maybe in a couple of minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, the internet Wi-Fi connection will be correct. Yeah.
Po prostu to zrobiliście, tak, żeby tak jakość tego obrazu jest pogorzona. To mieć zmienić to rozdzielczo.
No ja to tak. Wystarczy mnie.
Okay, what was the secret?
Now, the thing is that I don't know, she came with some big remote controller and turned it on and off and it worked.
But it works.
Only there.
Yeah, only that.
So I should install RL.
Yes.
Początek to nie pojedzie z swojego laptopa na taką dotyczy.
Nie, lepiej, że jak można instalować, jak można zainstalować, nie mogę z Office.
What's your son doing?
It's me, because I'm not able to install it. I will be using GoToMeeting to show it on this screen. But you can play.
How do I stop this then?
No, it's just you can see it as my window, so you can see your applications in the bottom.
And this is a 32-bit computer?
I think so. You can check it with
no, this is a System 7 computer. How do you get about desktop? Vista Basic 1 gigabyte, 32-bit. Pretty minimal. Let's see if I can install Python. Let's go to meetings. Oh, does he have enough disk storage? Is there disk storage to install things? No, I mean, is there, to install a REL here, I'll have to install Python. Is that okay?
Yeah, this is from EBA computer.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you will have privileges or not to install something, but
We'll try. How do I get web browser? Yeah.
One. They have some. There was some. At least there was someone else.
Something. Have you tried running RL on Iron Python?
No, it's not. Python is Python 2. It's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
It needs Python 3.
But are you using any specific functionality of Python 3?
Yeah, the class hierarchy structure, just about everything. But I have to check whether Python 3, Microsoft has started to say that they will support CPython.
By the way, you were producing some formula evaluation as well. I mean, most of the
all of formulas, assertions, variable sets, fallback. The only thing I don't have is some of the functions that no one uses.
So my question
but it's complete formula implementation, except for CR modules. But that was what I was going to ask you. Should I do a CR module implementation? So there's another implementation. I think it would take about a week.
You have implemented an XIV process, or?
My own.
Because actually I picked at your code because we needed to prepare an XIV parser in .NET. I mean, in the end, I've seen that you were using this Python, this parser,
yeah,
which has a similar, an alternative notation to it. Yeah. I mean, in the end, we have done it with a product which is called grammatical. It's not a product.
It took about a week to build the parser. It took about a week to build most of the interpreter. So, and I compare that to Andrea's probably spent 6 months building interface layers around Saxonica. That's what I didn't want to do, was to have to spend a long time with a licensed product. Because he's using the open source version, and he has to fake all the typing.
The commercial version of Saxonica is quite expensive.
That's the problem.
Guys, shall we already?
How do we start? Hold on.
Shall we arrange already how we meet in the evening? Shall we go to
I sent you a link to Okonomiyaki. Invite Roland.
There was this email from this email from Olivier with this pub, but he was saying around 9 p.m.
What?
9 p.m.
Too late.
No, too late for the drink. So we can go to the Japanese thing.
Okay.
Have a drink.
Shall we go straight from here, or shall we try to change it?
I would rather.
Yeah, I'd rather do the same. So okay. So we meet at the Japanese place.
What do you say? To go straight from here? Or
no, I'll change.
Okay, so what time do you want to do?
Well, we finish at 5:30, right?
So maybe we can meet at 7. Okay. It will be off for me.
What?
Will be?
Off for me. But, I mean,
I'm just leaving from here. I'm checked out. I go to the airport after. So we go to the restaurant from first?
Yes,
we're going to your restaurant.
I sent you a link to see if it was. It's on Museum Street.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a link to the place. Yeah. Look in your email.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen with others.
But be aware that you have to change your clothes completely because they smell of pancakes.
Yeah, that's why we're gonna change our clothes.
Yeah.
So I have to go somewhere and change.
Rubber. So you meant rubber, no.
I'm not sure I'll be able to show this to you.
Why are we going for Japanese pancakes? What's the idea? Yeah, I know do it, but
They were that Tuesday. It was tasty.
yeah.
I haven't tried that kind of stuff. You have the Bartos?
Good.
You don't have ice, so the pancakes are more sweet, or it is in Covent Garden, so
Yeah.
No, it's not sweet. It's fish and vegetables.
That's a nice pub in Covent Garden. I remember for working here.
Okay, so
So
it's like normal.
It's an omelet.
Yeah, but
Omelet. Okay,
it's
normal
not
to make
really
it.
normal.
But you can
It's Japanese stuff.
you can have pancakes in every place.
Yeah, but this is special because they cook it in front of you. So it's like a Mongolian barbecue made out of omelet mixture.
It's really
Here's
good.
my
And
So
nice
the place
stuff.
is in Covent Garden.
Yeah, between Covent Garden and Holborn. So,
that's
I'll
Holborn
send you the
might
web
be
link.
near
Okay.
station. Holborn.
Your hotel is near here?
it is 5 minutes walking. No, we'll just change class and be right back.
I've got my suitcase, so maybe I'll follow you and change clothes there.
Sure. No problem.
You're also going to present something in the open source practice.
That's me.
You are alone then,
Okay.
or not? Because you now show the
I'm showing the tool right now, so it's going to be
and so
compliant.
it's completely ready. Then your firm is alone in the open community practice. 1 hour for you.
I don't.
The thing is,
30,
1 hour?
20
No,
no, 30 minutes.
We're already after behind schedule, so I don't think it's...
What's going on?
You have? How long will it take for you?
I don't know. 15, 20 minutes, half an hour max.
So we have 1 hour until 14, so we have 50 minutes, around 45 to 50 minutes for all.
Great.
Do you need that much time? Whatever.
Well, I need 20, I think. I need to click a lot of things here. And,
You know, the program going to attend.
What? Huh?
The program is going to
today?
itself here.
I hope, because you should make the closing remarks, but I'm not aware if
Because I have
everything
some very important questions. Maybe he knows it then.
So if we do dinner and then you go drinking, then maybe I'll split and go to the airport after dinner.
Oh, it doesn't mean that we won't be drinking during the dinner.
Yeah.
It's just,
I understand. Separate.
we can do multitasking, you know.
It's a separate style sheet for
Yeah.
drinking. Boy, is this thing slow.
let you know that you expect.
Should be here.
Problem.
So it's locked, this machine. Huh?
Yeah. Due to the
They have some code or driver. Isn't that aggravating?
It's not good. Doesn't work.
What does it need to work? More memory?
No, it's just not Microsoft. Microsoft makes it. There's always these errors and bugs in Excel when you open it and close it.
Oh, because this just had PowerPoint 2003. Maybe you need Excel 2008. Or...
Well, this one for sure, yeah. That's why we need to switch from my.
Or you can stop screen sharing.
Yeah, maybe.
I know we are sharing my screen right now.
Yeah.
So,
We cannot stop the share screen.
I don't care.
there's nothing that I could do here. So.
We did something there. He and I thought we just got started. And then
Can I take some of this out?
This one for sure. This is ours.
Just take it out.
And it is the address that you sent to us. No, I received a link to the Wikipedia.
Yeah, no, let me send you the address, too. Oh, yeah, it's on here.
No puedo porque se me pulang.
wypytam tu, telefon wypytam. Dobra, no to działa.
How do I extract to the desktop?
Copy to the desktop.
That's probably easier. Copy. Desktop. Paste. Extract all files.
You put almost in that. Yeah. We have our building for the 22nd, and I think it's sort of compensate for a kind of notice to the prices.
Trzeba wtedy będzie odpisać sobie. Ja będzie odpisać, tak z tego leci. Ja się wytarłem coś tam, to jest gang do byłem. Nie byś robił prezentacji?
No?
Nie byś robił prezentacji?
Stary, ile można robić sam?
Jak?
Nie żyjesz ten moment. 50 razy.
Się robię
No i widzicie, to
Robicie to kurwa, to działało. Bardzo ładnie mówisz, Warszawie.
No, rewelacja.
Naprawdę.
Prawie nie macie słuchać.
Serio.
No to być
Tak, jesteś prawny. Masz aparycję, tak? To ma wieczór.
Najważniejsze, że mówisz pewnie. No, najważniejsze, że mówisz pewnie. Tak, jak mówisz, takiego bądź na wyskoczach.
I albo jeszcze, żeby się takie, że jak nie wiesz co mówić, to mów niewyraźnie, nie?
Prawda. A ta mała druga raz, to było? Jakaś karta pogadania? No tak. Ja nie mówię na...
Okay. Now, do we have any files of yours on here?
No.
Tak mi się wydaje.
I can give you some. The one I'll give you also is the one I'll create.
Nie, tylko do rzeczy. Ręka i do kita. Zaraz ta ręka. Okej,
Tak. Nie, ale ten w ogóle tak jest. Leś.
The idea then to go to the class and come home, walking in three directions.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Can you send me the
Yeah, it's on the European website.
Yeah.
The second link, which is on the website.
No, maybe that's
Polish. What time was this? 7? I was going to invite Roland.
7, yeah. I will check because I'm sharing my screen right now with the GoToMeeting. I'll send you later. Okay, this is okay? I heard there was something that I said about this separate and single coordinate. Do you know which one it was that was working? Because one wasn't working. Well, I'll check it.
Single, I think.
Yeah, the last email I sent you about the...
The single it should be, as far as I can think.
Okay.
Nie wiem, czy jest sens standaryzacji tego na tym poziomie.
Yeah.
Nie ma. Każdy ma swoje potrzeby. Jak to pójdzie tak, to jest taki formularz na to, tak? To porę manieka starych
I have this example for table 5. Do you have more examples on your computer that you can put? I will give you a pen drive.
I have the complete picture stuff.
Okay.
Oh, but they'll load slowly. What is it? I'll grab the picture.
Someone solved it.
It's locked to this. It's locked to this CPU. That's the problem. Not a cable issue.
Jest 6 punktów. Jakie pojęcia były w jaku? Financial assets held for sailing, tak, do żeglowania. This is the German postcard. What are you thinking about?
What is this thing doing?
Stop. Was thinking.
Well, I plugged this back in.
This is the thing. The compliant with that.
No, this isn't F. This is maybe G.
We have overcome the technical problems and and we will continue with the presentation of Bartosz showing the solution started with an Excel tool.
I'm just going to Because Victor's stuff all gets downloaded into
Okay, so it will be downloading it. Can you please show the link? So why is it? Why is it this? We have to change the resolution, maybe. Because it's up. Because it doesn't see my screen entirely. It just cuts it somewhere. How can you make it here to 100% or whatever it's going to be? Full screen? No, can you make it full screen? Oh, full screen? Can you make it full screen? No. It's not that. Then we can return back to.
There's view.
Yeah, but this is view. No, this is. We have to.
Escape.
How do you know how to return to the original size? Because like, this is pretty tricky because what we do, I connect it to GoToMeeting.
You have to do it on there.
Which this is. Well, I can.
Yeah, you've got that. You're
okay, so I'll change the resolution on mine, and it's going to be better for me. Okay. So I'm connected with GoToMeeting to the GoToMeeting to which this computer is connected, and that's why I can show what is on my screen. I wanted to show you this Excel tool that we use to develop taxonomy. I'm not sure if I'm able to do it in this resolution, so I'll have to switch at some point of time. But right now it doesn't do right. So there is this Excel add-in that it will be available for all of you. There's already a website ready to put it on, and there'll be a manual if you want to use it. So what it does is that once you create this data point model or whatever it is, the model, the only thing is that it has to resemble the way the architecture is built and the Eurofiling taxonomies. Once you have it done, you're able to actually output the taxonomy automatically out of Excel, so there is no tool needed in the meantime. So let me just show you how it works. As I said, I'm not going to do it for FinRep or for app. We have this sample 11 tables that we test the taxonomy on. So this is my sample that I will use, and it's somewhere over here. So when I open the Excel, I'll have a number of worksheets, and on the slides that we presented yesterday, I think they are all explained what is where. So in the worksheet, which is called Navi, I have all the information about the namespaces and prefixes and where should be the files, and later when the tool outputs it, it creates the correct paths on href, so it's all sorted out for you. But what you need to do is input some, say what is where, because at the very beginning when it was designed, this Excel was changing. That's why you have to indicate in what cell is a certain piece of information. So this is the work that I'm working on. And this is the worksheet which contains all the information about the namespaces, and it's called Navi. Then my dimensional prefix is over here.
Look carefully. This will all be on the webinar, but this is how to use this tool to create these things.
Yeah, but there's also already a set of slides that indicate what it goes where. But in general, just to show you that it's not that much difficult once you know what to put where. So I have to identify about information where my dimensions go, especially that we have two levels, the common level and the domain specific, like EDA or ECB. Then there is some information here that is later used by the tool in order to define the rendering. So there is a code, name is in column C, and C2, which means go down and figure out all the rows. And the prefix is a D2. Namespace for the as we said, the namespace is shared between the common and the domain-specific schema, so we use include instead of import. The schema file and the common schema file is G2. The items link, because from this worksheet there is a hyperlink to other worksheets, so that you don't have to identify all the worksheets when you have domains. You just identify where is the link, and the link is in C column. And the data types, because we don't use the full name of data types, we only use a short name like monetary. But of course, when we output XBRL, we have to know what is the full name of a data type, what is the namespace, where it is defined in the schema. And this is all in the separate worksheet. Okay. I lost internet connection for a moment, or doesn't connect? Oh, we connect. Just a moment. Okay. Should be back. Yeah. Great. Okay. So as I was saying, we need to identify all the data types and the short names that we use, and this is all defined in a worksheet which name is DT. Then when I have it defined it this way, I'm able to load the information. So I'm able to actually load information from other worksheets. So I have all the domains, and I have information where it is defined and what is the namespace of the particular domain, etc. Then I have to identify from all of our worksheets this worksheet that contains primary items, because it's going to be defined a bit differently than the others. So this is where I have the possibility to do this. There is another interface for that. Having this done, now I have to identify what is in each of these domain worksheets. So I have I can do it on the primary items worksheet when I identify that labels is in column B2 and down. The item type is in column C2 and down. Name is D2. Again, this is because, as I said, when this tool was built, the Excel was not very stable, so we had to do it in a way that we are able to add some columns in the meantime without actually having to change the code of the tool. And then the comment is in R2. This I set as default, and I simply load all the items. So it works through the domains, loads the definitions of the items, and also the hierarchies. So it creates role types, and then in link bases extended links and names of the files. So what I can do right now is I can export this to XBRL taxonomy. I select the language in which I built the domains, and I'll put it on the desktop to folder Eurofiling workshop. And I click OK. So right now, if I go to the desktop and Eurofiling workshop, I have a taxonomy over here, according to the structure that was presented a moment ago. So it has the common files with the common base items and the domain-specific domains, and I have level when I have this specific requirements, for example, for FinRep, where I have the amounts breakdown, I have the schema file defining element names, definition labels for the hierarchy that is later reused in hypercubes, and labels. But the thing that I wanted to show you is this rendering functionality for the tables link base. Having this information already defined, right now I'm able to apply it back to the original template. So I open the templates that were the base for this model. I should have them here. And I pick one of the templates. Let's say template number 5. First of all, I already told you that at some point of time we need to normalize the templates, because how they are defined by business users at the very beginning is not really explicit definition. For example, in this particular table number 5, you can see that what you have in the headers of rows is different types of instruments. Then you have other assets, then those financial instruments, and total assets. Which means that there is information crossed out, which is that other assets which are not financial, they are not required to be reported in the breakdown of different regions for the counterparties origin, as well as currencies. So this is crossed out. This means that actually this particular cell over here is the other assets for all regions, so they are not broken down. But this cell over here is actually not total assets, because it's not total. What is here is loans plus debt securities held plus equity instruments held plus derivatives. It's only this bit. This other is not included, hence this is not the total assets. So what we have to do is to normalize this table and add one more row, which will be the gathering row for all these elements, and it's going to be reported for all of the breakdown apart from the totals, because this is not what is required in this table. So this is the normalized version of this table, for which we can define the rendering. And how this table rendering is built, what we have to do first is add a statement. And in this tool, it will create a new file that will have a schema, a new taxonomy that will contain a schema and this table's link base. What I have to indicate is what is my target file name. There is a worksheet, I believe, in this data point model that identifies already all my tables. This is it. So I take table 5, and my target namespace is this one. Now what I have to do is I have to create a table inside of this taxonomy. And this table will be based according to this template. So what I can do, I can figure out and indicate to the tool what is the information in headers of rows and in headers of columns. So starting with rows, I simply mark this area. Oh, sorry, one more thing I have to do is to define extended link role for this particular table. Again, I can refer back to my data points model when this is already everything is set up. So I'll simply copy paste what is there. Name will be say TO5, and the role type definition will be table 5. And now what I can do, I refer back to original templates. I mark headers of rows, and I say that in this template, this is going to be headers of rows. So it creates this structure for headers of rows. I have to do the same for headers of columns. So I again select the table, second shrink, and I say that this is headers of columns. So I have my Y and X axis already defined. Now I have to inform and say what is behind these coordinates, because it doesn't refer yet to the taxonomy. So what I have to do is for each of these coordinates, I have to identify what is the dimensions or primary items behind them. So the first thing, let's start with loans. What I have to do is edit coordinate values, and from my domains, I select the one that refers to categories, because loans is a category of assets. I go to category of assets, and I'm looking for loans, and I indicate that this is loans. So on this coordinate, it will add this property. Then this is non-financial corporations. So what I have to do, I have to edit coordinate values. I go to counterparty sectors, and from the counterparty sectors, from all possibilities, I select non-financial corporation, because this is the information required for this particular coordinate. Of course, a coordinate can have a series and a number of different properties. In this case, I only need one for each row and column, but it can be that there are more needed. And additionally, the information about dimensions is inherited from the upper level coordinates. So in this case, I identified that this is loans coordinate, and this is the coordinate which is sub-coordinate of the other coordinate. It means that the loans information is inherited for this coordinate. But I can always override it. I can say that, sorry, I clean this dimension, or I create a different value for this dimension. So I can also copy coordinates from the coordinate values from one coordinate to another with control, and then simply edit the value and change it so that it's faster instead of selecting from the drop-down list. And of course, this has to be done for the entire table. So one by one, business users try to figure out what is the coordinate behind each header of a row and column. And this exercise actually allows to review the data model, because you'll have to be able, within the set of these possible domains and their members, to find information for each header of a row and each header of a column. And it means that if something is missing, then you have to go back to your data model and update it, and somehow you have to add some more members or create another breakdown which was missing. There are different approaches to that. Just to show you at the end what will be the final result of having a coordinate defined for header of row and header of column. For example, in here, this is total. So I identify 4 geographical areas that this is total, and the same for currencies. And this is EU, so let me change the coordinates. So I overwrite the geographical area from total to EU. This one is EMU, and inside of EMU we have Euro, and other than Euro. And this is not EU, but this is EU actually. Okay, so at the end you are able to review the coordinate values. So there is another pane in Excel, and if you select this cell, it tells you all the properties that are here. Loans, EMU, Euro. This is loans, EMU other than Euro. This is loans, non-financial corporations, EMU and Euro, etc., etc. But some information is missing here. So we all know that for this table, we also have to say that this is assets. This is not yet in this table, and we also have to identify the properties of all other breakdowns. So I go back to the data points tree, and because this entire table is for assets, this is the information that I can put on the z-axis, so the axis that is hidden, applicable for the entire table. So I create this z-axis, and on the z-axis I add properties that are applicable to the entire table. So base item, this is assets, and the carrying amount here is from the amount types. This is carrying amount. So actually, when we are defining these data points, at the end what we have to do is figure out if there are any of the breakdowns that we forgot about, because sometimes it may happen that, well, in fact, the time intervals for loans, this is total. It is not indicated in this table, but we can add this as additional property just to be very, very explicit. But at the end, because this is a default dimension, and I'm not going into details about how to treat, what is the treatment of the default dimensions, because it's still a bit tricky to me. This information will be inherited anyway. So even if we don't explicitly name these kind of things, they will somehow be there. So this is the exercise that you do in this tool, and of course, at the end, what you have to do is export XBRL, and again, new folder. I call it just 2. And this taxonomy that was output should already contain the rendering or tables link base with all the coordinates and the values of it. And later, what we do with that, we can feed it in some tools that already understand that. And this is where I
Get into a tool.
yes, feed it into a tool that understands this information. It's over here already.
On here.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not moving now to the next track. We started already showing the model template. We're working together with further the visualization of the table linkers. We already have implemented this excellence in the Bundesbank, and we use the work for creating taxonomies coming more into the string developing according to the data model, and it also brings some higher quality in the data model. I can recommend from the Lumen's point of view the usage of this open source tool. So thank you.
Okay, so we will start by
Is this with taxonomy?
taxonomy.
Then you go to DSI. Yeah, so EU DSI table 5, and you have the instance and the table. So this is the what would be the final output if I finish that.
Let's see how we can make this a little bit more visible here. We have a small screen ratio. What we've done is we're going to start backwards. Start by actually segueing from having produced this table to looking in this table. From the rendering link base, we generated a table and an instance document, and we're trying to display it here. Do we have dimensions?
Yes, yeah, that.
Okay, so if we display it with dimensions, those cells that were dimensionally invalid are grayed out. And here on the bottom line, the total only applied to this carry forward of total. And we have a rendering link base, which is organized, as most link bases are, in a hierarchy of inheritance. Bartok mentioned the Z, because we're in London. I would call it the Z-axis, which is sort of like the overall control of the table. Or if there were some multiple dimensions you might want to see, there might be a combo box on the top of the table to let you pick different things from that Z-axis. So on that Z-axis, there were 2 dimensions specified.
3.
I picked up 2 here.
So primary item.
Primary item,
Okay.
and 2 dimensions. And on the x-axis corresponds to putting the column headers across. So we have 2 options. We've been in our playing around. We've been working on this style where the details come on the left and the total comes on the right. Victor has some other examples where the total comes on the left and the details come on the right. Or if we spread XBRL to North Africa, everything's going to be backwards, and we're getting even right from the right to the left. But these are all details. So the first one, EUR, and other than EUR under EMU under EU, is the same as this EUR and other than EUR under EMU under EU under total. And you see all these different dimensions here as you go up the tree from the coordinate you're inheriting. So this OC dimension OC of EURs overrides the dimension from here and overrides the dimension from here. But this dimension at the total level is what pertains as we go up the totals, and we see where the total wraps down to this column. It would use that inherited dimension, or the even higher total would wrap up more to the right here to this 100 column. So it's a nice inheritance structure, the way this is done. It's simple. It's in XML. Somebody who's really crafty at writing XSLT code could pick this thing apart. It probably goes much better with a XBRL processor because this is a dimensional taxonomy needing all of the normal stuff that XBRL processors are good for. One more example I was going to show, I downloaded from Victor on a different USB plug. Let's see if I can do that. Close. I didn't screw this up by switching plugs. Working way up many. I guess it's trying to find the new USB port. New starts with U. This is a much larger example. Give it a chance to load. Normally this loading is done in like 4 or 5 seconds, but this is a 1 megahertz machine of, I think, 1 gigahertz around in an environment where most things have a lot more today. Or I will grow impatient and, here it is. And we have Spanish labels on an English machine, so we have to ask for Spanish. And in this link base, what's kind of interesting is we have a lot of tables. Each table was done as a separate ELR. Again, let me switch to Spanish. In each ELR, we have the labels on each of these axes and columns. And it's a pretty large solution because here when one right-clicks, there's also this long list of other tables for which there's data. And sort of as a way of selecting other pieces of data. So maybe this is a segue to Euro filing. That's yours. I'll leave it running, but here is the desktop. So, open source. This poor computer is straining at every megabyte it has. Where's slideshow in this particular version? What do you do full size? Oh, here. All right. Okay. So the official title of this is Building Tools for an Open Community. And why this and why do it now? Earlier in the morning, I mentioned that there was this XSB survey, and we went around asking people what they felt to clean things up, and people wanted better documentation and abstract models and that stuff. But also buried in there, people liked what was done for XBRL, where these new experimental introductory modules actually have software that people can use behind it. And being very deeply involved with things like versioning and rendering and some of these newly experimental technologies, there's no commercial value to something that's so new and doesn't have a price tag on it. So we figured we need to do something to reduce the barrier to adoption for this, and at the same time wanted to have something that was small and compact and easy to learn for academia. And perhaps get over the initial inconsistencies between things. So that was the reason for why starting this project. We actually started it with versioning as the first thing supported it. The main early points were to prove these new concepts and rapidly prototype, all these kind of good-sounding things that don't have anything specific, but to avoid any duplication of things that have good, solid commercial products. So there's no taxonomy editing here. That's really unnecessary. There's very little of the normal stuff, but with some exception. A very early request was to add some formula capability in here and to tie that formula capability in with automated testing and building support for comparability. So you've already seen the tool come up. The tool can open up anything that's XBRL. It could be an instant document. It could be a versioning report. It can be a test case, because test cases are deeply integrated. It could be XBRL. The idea is you click it and it'll poke around in there to see what the heck it is. parse it. If it's got formulas, try to check them. If you're using it in a desktop mode, but not everybody is. Some people are using this to try and check SEC filings, and they might want to integrate this and just use some of the API components. Some people want to use it as batch files. All of these things have little examples. I put in parentheses a web browser. That's certainly of great interest, but there just hasn't been time yet, and it's kind of not the most urgent part. We picked Python in part because one of the motivators is Diane, and Diane is a Python, what would we say, aficionado, a wacko, all the different terms that goes with Python. If you were into the TV shows of many years ago, this is a community of people who, instead of Star Trek, they like this world. When the SEC had this request for information for doing, the SEC wanted financial models of asset-based securities submitted in Python. And everybody around me said, oh, this must be, this must be BS. Why don't they use Java, use XBRL, and everything else? So for me, it was the first time in many, many years that I decided to go poke around the websites and what goes on in there. And one of my wife's cousins said, it was a financial modeler, in the Wall Street crowd. He said, don't dismiss it and say Java's better. Take a look at it. Well, what it has is a reputedly very high productivity, which appears to bear out on this particular project. It also has something that for some of our community is important. Almost everything in there is open source. So this is completely fresh new code, no reuse of anything. Nothing's been borrowed, stolen, or hijacked from anywhere else. And we were encouraged to do it under an Apache 2 license, so you can go build a commercial product, you don't have to tell us, and enjoy the use of it under the constraints of the Apache 2 license. About the name, let me go back to the title chart. The last two letters of RL spell RL, which turns out to be a legitimate girl's name that didn't happen to be trademarked at the time we did that. So that's where the name came from. It's a girl's name, and we now have an issued trademark in the EU, and one is still in process in the US. I guess Europe is faster than the US in issuing trademarks now. Its current features, the ability to parse and discover and view all the normal stuff, instance documents, DTSs, these collections and test cases, and RSS feeds. Validation. We picked the validation that was non-commercial. So it does not yet do XML schema validation. Everybody seems to already have that. We'll add it later. But it does do the SEC and the Global Filer Manual, which doesn't yet have a commercial backing, and some of these new things like the versioning report validation and the versioning report production and so forth. When one runs a test suite, one of my frustrations in building test cases is just the difficulty of editing them by hand, and I'm always making syntax mistakes, and it's just really hard to run them. Everybody's got some kind of we use the word rig, like an oil rig or a crane on a building site that hauls construction materials up. Here it's fully integrated. The button can be pressed, or a batch file can be run, and you actually see the test cases running and pass and fail and what the reports are without going to a separate tool or to any other kind of thing. The purpose is to encourage people to use the test case facility we have in XBRL. Very few production developers know about the test case facility. As one of the developers of it, I think it should be a standard thing. If you're going to build a production system, build the test suites. Use the test cases that XBRL.org is using in all the modules. Be able to run those test cases on every different tool and commercial product and non-commercial product that you want to bring in-house. I think that would be an important step forward. The validations in there currently are base specs and dimensions, generic, link base, the formula link base, up through the rec part of formula, but not including yet the CR modules for stuff described in the morning, chaining, multi-instance, that stuff hasn't been put in yet. Versioning reports, we actually generate the versioning test case files using this open source product and a spreadsheet that has the names of the different files that need to be loaded to generate the test cases. So it can either be used to diff things and generate a test case, or it can be to load a test case and see what the changes are. A user has contributed the unit registry validation, and we have right now Edgar and global filer manuals, and there's many, many more disclosure systems that will be done in the future. The idea is to make them flexible so that anybody who wants to validate, for a country X's disclosure system can make the necessary modifications, and they're able to have it completely under their own control. Formulas, you can view the link base, you can run the assertions or assertion sets, or produce the output instance documents, all the normal stuff, and do debugging under various degrees of tracing. It is possible to go down to a very low level of debugging to see where fallbacks are happening, because some of us, we mentioned this morning, have problems with trying to get the fallbacks to work right, and understanding some of the ghosts that come in the middle of the night to your code. We've done your filing rendering report, which we just showed you. One of the nice things that comes with Python is localization. It's completely built in to have all your strings automatically put into some other place where some end user can run them through the translator program and get a completely localized operation of the product. What they don't have, and I think we'll need soon, is the ability to swap left to right to left. I keep watching North Africa imploding. Pretty soon those guys are going to be developing taxonomies, and we're going to have to support them. So that's next. There's also a number localization. When I did some consulting in Japan 4 years ago, they had these financial sheets that people want to see the currencies reported in the proper style for each of these different countries. The parentheses wrapping a negative, or the thing that looks like a triangle with 0 and one kind of culture. And so all this can be done due to things that are already from the financial community into this Python environment. Here's an example of versioning where the newly released IFRS versioning report is loaded. I don't feel very comfortable with the user interface. We need lots of ideas of how to improve it, but you can look at the 2010 on the left and the 2011 on the right and click your way through the report and see what's changed. And you can either see it at the bottom in the official label that's sent out, or in the upper left you can see the properties and the geek term for the element. It has two styles of operation with versioning. It can load two different DTSs, 2010 and 2011, and dip them and produce a skeletal versioning report. It easily thinks that the from and the to are completely different concepts if there's been a renaming. And there is a contributor who has already come up with a way of trying to add a human interface step so the human can say, no, these two things, they're the same, even though they don't look like this. They're the same, and then we can generate a change event instead of an add and a delete event. So this stuff will improve over time. And it can consume the versioning reports and validate them according to the versioning specifications of how to validate a versioning report. And eventually the commercial vendors will pick up on this, but for right now, as a proof of concept, and to get the versioning spec out, we have a start. A cute little gimmick was suggested to help people figure out what to do with formulas. If you're on a big project, you're already writing them, and you're like Eric, you're getting bald because you're tearing your hair out writing for me. But if you just want to play, maybe you want to sit there and, well, people used to take their PCs and use it to run the SETI program to find little green men on other planets, and nobody's found any. So here you could be watching the RSS feed and be looking to see who submits something to the SEC with some kind of criteria on it that's interesting. There's all these web pages on what kind of financial ratios you watch for in SEC filings. Well, build a bunch of little formulas, tie these formulas into this little set of options to run, and basically it's the code that runs the test scripts, except now it reads the stuff that comes on the RSS feed, and one by one it'll do whatever you want with the instance documents coming from the SEC. I hooked it up to go look for under audit. It didn't surprise me about every fourth or fifth company is under audit, but what the heck, it's the U.S. Or you can look for these various ratios or anything that would encourage people to start to have an interest in writing formulas for something that's not a major, large project. So in this case, I did a text, under audit. Very simple architecture. Most of the projects I've been on have been, for me, very frustrating because I've had an XBRL processor come from an XBRL processor creator, which has its own model of how XBRL processors want to see the world. And I've had a GUI system, which has its model of how the GUI people think you should be seeing the tree views and list boxes and all of those. And then the big part of the project is building this third model that is the arbitrator between these other two models, and it's just a lot of work. So this is small and compact. There's only one model. The same model has the instance and DTS, versioning, testing, and the formula part. Formula is a big influence on what that model looks like, because suddenly what I called this morning the big join operator, the implicit and explicit filtering that's done in XBRL, that join operator influences to a great degree what kind of stuff you collect when you parse and load memory with these XBRL instances. So it's been a cute experiment. Obviously there's an API, and it surprises me to come to meetings like this and then somebody comes up after drinks and says, hey, let me show you what I built out of that. So people are starting to build these little custom hacks out of it. There's been no attempt to make this thing efficient yet. We'll wait till there's time. But dimensional validation, the code is doing things over and over that should be done once. There's lots of room to improve things. And who's using it at the moment? Well, I mentioned for versioning, here for doing table work. People with disclosure systems are using it to grind through their data in their massive archives. If Boisho would be here, he would tell you about these little countries that we're trying to encourage. They have big computer science departments in their universities and no money for even $100 products, so maybe we can get them started beginning to learn what the different modules and components of XBRL are about. And maybe we'll get some hobbyists to play with it with RSS watching of formulas. I'd like to see that. To present this, where's our next generation of XBRL going to come from? People say there's a small handful of super geeks that seek to understand everything, and then there's this collection of people who really would like to, but we're not generating new people out of the universities or the schools or anything else. It would seem like it's important to begin to the Linux revolution. Start the universities creating a new generation of XBRL people, so that in 5 or 10 years we begin to have young people who aren't burned out by politics and life entering the job market and able to make this field really blossom and grow. It's small enough to be teachable, and it has a single object model. Those might be influencing factors on getting into universities. So here's a so-called timeline. It's not really a timeline. It's it's a wandering through the desert and looking for the right fruit to pick and who has a need at the moment. So this has sort of been kind of a guided hobby type process. Several people have said, where's the funding? I would like to be paid to work on this. Let me tell you, there isn't any. We've tried. Nobody will pay for this stuff. We're building the things that don't compete head-on with the commercial production systems, and we're developing the new parts of the standard, so it's all a chicken and egg story, except we're building the DNA so we can have chickens and eggs. And that's where we are.
Any questions for Tom or Butler? I just want to invite you to collaborate with this. If you think you can reuse RS and to build up your own tools, or if you have something like the kind of thing that could be used by other central banks, smaller central banks, but also even big central banks, please be aware of this initiative and think about providing it to the community, not having to invent everything in the same thing in every country, but to reuse things and to collaborate instead of having parent streams of same implementation. The next track will be the harmonization issues and segmentation of error handling presented by the music Saturday from the Bank of Luxembourg.
So at first I wanted to remind a bit about the business case we are discussing here, because we have seen that with the rendering link base being integrated into the new taxonomies, we have of course a very strong power to build external tools. What do I mean by an external tool? It's a tool that you build somewhere on the internet that you integrate into the outer structure of your infrastructure, and that you make available to the banks that are reporting to you, and you are telling them that whenever they have an error, to analyze the error, they should simply upload their instance onto this external infrastructure, and then they have, using the rendering link base, they have very powerful tools to generate or to show to the user where formulas, where assertions have gone wrong and what the offending cells are. So it can go as far as to build graphical tools, just showing physically what has gone wrong, showing graphically what has gone wrong, instead of making standard error messages. But this is a model that works quite well for those supervisors that have the adequate budgets and that are willing to invest the adequate budgets into such external tools. Because after all, in such an approach, you are of course going to duplicate your costs in such a way that you have, for instance, validation software as well as error presentation software. You have it on the outer network, but you also need it on your internal network where you are making the treatment of the instances, because there as well you have to revalidate the information and to make sure that no wrong information can pass into your databases. So this is one of the main points of the business case of why it can be interesting to have not only these fully grown-up solutions with dedicated software generating error messages, but trying to get the necessary information into the taxonomy to get real error messages generated. So a few more arguments in that area are here. A few more arguments in that area are that this is particularly a model that can be used by XBRL status countries with budget constraints, also smaller countries, because there's not only big countries composing Europe, but also countries with more restrained budgets. And it also has some advantages that if you build a harmonized solution, then you will of course not have anymore the problem of different tools generating different types of messages depending on where you are. So in such a case, the only thing we would need to make is make a local adaptation of the message labels to the local country, and then we would have the adaptation of the error message. Nevertheless, of course, it does not exclude that maybe countries with bigger means and bigger resources are going to put in place some more evolved solutions. Now, where are we for the moment? We have noticed that we need to have more input from the user side. Up to now, this need to generate error messages has especially been followed in our group in the XBRL network, but we did not go into detail with the user areas on what is their exact requirements, because some of these some of the functionality, some of the features that such error messages can bring up are part of the formula specifications, so they are already in the solution. Others need to be adapted, and in the worst case need to be adapted in every formula. So some are more light and others are more heavy to implement. And this is why we need to consult we need to consult the user networks, the FinRep and the PowerUp networks, onto up to where exactly we should go if we should put in place such a solution. One main problem, of course, is that for the moment the final models, the final data models, well, the models are not final. And also for the moment, we as an XBRL network, we have some ideas on the formulas the users are going to ask us, but we do not have a dedicated list. Up to now, the user networks have been that much focused on finalizing and stabilizing their data model that they didn't even have time to think in detail about the exact formula lists they want us to implement. And that is, of course, a major issue, because we saw on the slide before that some of these features which we could get into the error messages will, of course, require development, and the more formulas we have, the more expensive these solutions will be. So this is an essential point for us to see how far we have to go, what number of formulas are impacted, and what complexity they have, how much is there reusable code that is applicable to most possible or all formulas that they ask us. All these things we can only investigate once we have a full list of the formulas that they require from us. In general, we can state that whenever we try to bring up a solution for the user areas where we want to make them understand what is an error condition, we need, of course, to place ourselves back into their view of the data, and that is this template or table view, which has been shown here on the view side. So basically, we need to check how we can reference a cell, such a table cell, but taking into account that behind this we have a taxonomy that is working with decomposed elements. So that is where every data element composes of a primary item plus a number of dimensional characteristics. And so when we check this this problem, we notice that if we ask our user areas to assign us a code to a certain user cell, that doesn't really work, because our taxonomy is not having the means to assign such a code to a user cell, but it is the position of the cell in the data model that determines its identity, and not the inverse. So trying to go across the assignation of an explicit position did not work. A proposition was made, but that didn't work out. We need to choose different approaches. Other approaches on how to reference for the user the offending elements in a formula execution is to reference, of course, more or less every part of the localization in the data model of our users, of our cell. So solutions like full sets of the impacted primary elements and dimensions. This, of course, is a very lengthy, so this will give extremely heavy, extremely long error messages. So we are hopefully trying to avoid this type of error messages. Although in some countries they are used for the moment, they are working fine. They are identifying exactly where the offending facts are, but it is, of course, a rather lengthy approach. Now, what means do we have then to solve this problem about assigning a concrete ID to a user cell? We can probably, hopefully, the future will show, so that's something we have to investigate in my view. We can try to to make use of two types of information. And I'm going to show on the next slides how this could work. So if we go to any of our templates, then we are going to have somewhere behind every user cell, if you take a look there at the carrying amount of which other financial corporations, what is behind is the real position of the element in the data model. And so here we have either primary elements or dimensions which are having some code. So for instance, we have the equity instruments might be represented by the ABC codes, whereas the of which other financial corporations might be the DEF code. And so the composition while carrying amount may be a bad example because it might be a single element. But for the general approach, we always have that several of the elements of our multidimensional cube are determining one of our cells and one of the characteristics of our cells. Now, what means do we have now to limit the size of such user referencing or user cell identification? We have that if we depart, for instance, from the fact that that in present FINREP, for example, we have for the moment 25 dimensions, and if in such a table one of the elements is 4, in this example here, 4 dimensional elements, respectively primary elements, then of course we have 21 of them which are not a problem, which are not impacted. So if we have chances to make use of the fact that this here, the only information that is really important here in this table is you localize, for example, through the table, in this case it's table 2.5.6 of the old FINREP, you are kind of positioning yourself into a certain in your big data cube at a certain time, at a certain place where only those 4 dimensions which are in here are going to differ, and that is valid for all the cells here in the data model, because we have one more fact here. Not only can we think about solutions where by limiting, for instance, here, if we say here, T5.6, and then code, which for example might be composition of these short dimensional sub-element code, then we have a clear reference to an internal, to an element of the data. Where else can we play? We are seeing here that we have one of the dimensions is, for example, remaining the same, and another one is going to, I made a mistake here. These 3 codes should be different. The DH5 code should be the same, with the idea that the differentiation is potentially not going to impact all elements of the formula, but only the only relevant one is then the dimension plus, of course, the two others. So we could maybe extract information on this fact that one of the dimensions has the TH5 dimensional value. It could be taken from somewhere else. So it might not need
So basically, that are a few phrases, few approaches which could help us in seeing if we have the possibility to make using the properties of the taxonomy, because we need to depart from the taxonomy, and still reducing most possible a kind of identification of the user self. And if we have this type of solution, then we could have real short codes to reference the user self. And then we could make very small self identification references to the family itself, and a lot of the problems could be solved. Whereas the rest, as we saw, a lot of the possibilities are already in the formula link-based solutions like this could help us then to maybe generate short error messages. One of the problems which is also remaining to be solved in that approach is that the user code, as we just discussed here, will be depending on the order of dimensions. So that might be a major issue, because what do we do if we have to add dimensions, and how do we deal with that situation in order not to make fail the identification of a code. So this is another problem. But just to say that these are possibilities, lists where we could go in order to see if we can generate standard error messages referencing the cells in a way the user could read them, and how would we give it to them? Well, we could, for instance, just simply give them a tilt table in saying, okay, this is the code, because I think in a lot of countries there is being used some encoding to identify a cell, and these are a few possibilities on how to progress in the area in such a way that we can make a common standard. So that's what I wanted to say for the moment. So there is much open work. We are not through. We are trying to see if we can have a standard without too much effort, because some of the supervisors will implement further going solutions than this, which is absolutely fine and which is absolutely their right. But the question is, can we make, for those who are willing to make use of such an infrastructure which is coming out directly out of their internal treatment chain, and where they could take these information and send them back to the user, making use of some cell references that the users can recognize. This is the question, if we can at the end have such a solution. Okay, was it? Is there any question? Yes. Because the structure of the rendering link base is that you reference the different dimensions that are composing the position of the element in the data item, but you have not a possibility to assign to this tree that composes the position. What you would need to define is one single label for something which is then identified in the
within the data model, within the data queue? Or do you have solutions in that area? What would you think? Yes?
For the dimensional order problem, the trend is the order difference. Can normalize it?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. The problem is not the normalization of the dimensions of the other dimensions at a certain moment in time, but managing the evolutions of addition and removal of dimensions. That's the main problem. Yes, but that is an extension of standards. Yes, of course. I'm for the moment departing on what's there. If we had such a solution, that would of course greatly help us, because then we could really go to the user network and say, okay, give us this data point and tell us its ID and make it as short as you want, and that would be it. But to my understanding, specialists may confirm that we have not such a possibility in the present rendering link base. Yes. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you.
Very much. Okay. The next presentation is stay in the position to present the real-life project using XBRL. So it's not the first time presenting the Physics Fund project, but we have some substantial changes with the new technical binding standards coming up from VBA, and my colleague, Captain Jansen, will present us the changes coming up with, in the next year, and she's the current sustainable project manager, and she will give us some details about the project plans and how we're going forward until next year. I hope that you changed it. Or did you You have to convert it so you can make something like this. Okay. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Katrin Jansen. I'm a colleague of Katrin Schmel. I'm working for the IT department of the Deutsche Bundesbank. And now I'm going to present you some slides to the filing infrastructure of the Bundesbank. And my presentation consists of 3 parts. Firstly, I give some information about the general conditions. Then I'm going to show you our actual system. And then finally, we will take a look at our planned system. Okay, what we do, the Deutsche Bundesbank is responsible for collecting data relating to external sector statistics, banking statistics, and the banking supervision, which is my focus now. And for the banking supervision, the Deutsche Bundesbank performs a key operational task by helping to secure a financially sound banking industry and ultimately the stability of the financial system. So general conditions. There are 2 organizations involved in the banking supervision in Germany. On the one hand, it's the Federal Financial Supervisory Authority, FFSA, in German we say the short form BaFin, and the Deutsche Bundesbank. And while the BaFin is responsible for the sovereign measures, the Deutsche Bundesbank is assigned most of the operational tasks in banking supervision. For example, the ongoing monitoring process, regular audits of banking operations, and routine and ad hoc prudential discussions with the institutions. We have to supervise roughly 2,000 credit and financial institutions, and we have around 800 internal users which are working with our supervisory information system. And the financial institutions belong to different banking groups. As you all know, we are confronted with new requirements due to the European harmonization processes in the supervisory reporting system. And we have to implement the new COREP and FinWeb frameworks, which incorporate the CRD. There will be new taxonomies published, and we have to use it without national modifications. And the basis of this is, we talked about it yesterday, Article 74 of the amended CRD, which says that competent authorities shall apply uniform formats, frequencies, and dates of reporting by December 2012. And this was the point that we said, now we need a new system. But before we want to have a short look on our actual system. We have 2 main filing methods, the electronic submission and an online submission for small institutes. And the main filing formats are XML. This is the main format at the moment, with 92% of the institutes which are using this format. Then we have also, since I think 2006, XBRL. This is around 6% of the institutes, and our online submission also generates XBRL instances. And there are some small paper submissions. As we see now, our actual system has some limitations because it's presentation orientated at the moment. The actual data model is based on reports and positions, and the system goes back to the paper-based reports and the table structure of the regulation guidelines. And this system at the moment is not thinking multidimensional. As you can see in this yellow in this yellow form, we have some information about a cell, but it's not multidimensional. We have, for example, the report name, the reporting period, a position number, the position type, and the unit, but it's not very semantical information. If we compare this actual system with the European systematic, we see that our actual system has no information about measures, dimensions, dimension members, and the dimensional structure or the breakdown structure. It doesn't contain additional information like calculation or formula rules or references and so on. And at the moment, a position in our system can only be a number. It's not possible to handle text or date formats. And the European system has more semantic information. In our actual system, we have, on the one hand, a submitter and then the supervisor. And there's a data exchange between them. The submitter sends either an electronic file or he uses the online submission form within our web portal. The data is submitted to the Bundesbank system and is processed. And if there are any problems or errors, the supervisor will contact the submitter to clarify the questions, and this is usually done by telephone. They love their telephone at the moment. We have 4 main tasks or functions. This is the data entry or the submission, the online submission. We have when the data is arriving, a filing process with validation and aggregation, and then we store the data, and the data is analyzed, and we will produce also reports for the supervisors. For the validations, at the moment we use XML formulas, but it's not XBRL formula linkers being used at the moment. The legacy system has historically grown over several years, and the banking supervisors know the functions and processes and are used to it. And they like it somehow. We have to encourage them to be open to new steps. And this is the need comes from the point that the XML-based data exchange format is a proprietary format, and we get already XBRL files, but the data is mapped actually into the report-orientated structure of the legacy system, and so semantical information are lost. And from a technical point of view, the underlying data model is insufficient for the new challenges. This leads us to a new system we plan. And in this system, we also have a submitter and a supervisor and the data exchange between them. And there's, again, the possibility to have an electronic submission of reports or to use the online submission within the web portal. The data is transmitted to our system and processed there, and there the data will be validated. But now comes a new function. We plan to use formula validation and plan to give an electronic feedback to the submitter, which is created out of the system. And so the submitter will get a notice if the submission was accepted or if there are some problems or errors or warnings. And only in case of major problems, the supervisor has to get in contact to the submitter to clarify the questions which are not clarified by formula validation. Again, this picture with the main functions, and we see the difference here because we plan also to use a data warehouse for the analysis part and the report part. And the change in the database that we see on the following slide. Our time schedule is very tight. We hope that we will be able to start soon, and we need a test system by July 2012 because we will have also test and integration after implementation and migration of the data, and also we have to support with the introduction phase of the transition process for the financial institutes before we can start the production operation time in January 2013. For the new system, or due to the tight time constraints and the shortage of human resources, as we have many different projects at the moment at the same time, and because we want to follow our Bundesbank IT strategy, we planned to use standard software for the core XBRL processing components where it makes sense and may help us. This will be time and cost saving. The standard software is usually close to the specification, and we will attain high quality. In the following slide, I will show some main parts of the process, or different tasks and processes within our system. We have on the one hand the filing process. Then we have the taxonomy management and the part for the analysis. And we think that we will use something like a designer for the visualization for the online submitting part in the web portal, which is based on the XBRL taxonomies. We will integrate data entry component for the web portal, and we will also use it for the internal data management. And for the storage of the data, we want to use the Oracle XBRL extension to Oracle database. For the taxonomy management, we use a taxonomy editor. And in future, we will possibly need a taxonomy repository to manage the different taxonomies and versions. And it's planned to use the data warehouse and reporting software for the analysis part. We have some challenges, as we have tight time constraints. For example, the final versions of the taxonomies won't be available before 2012. We have a shortage of human resources, and we have to handle a matrix organization. We have to discuss different questions with different people within our organization. This is sometimes a little bit time-consuming. And the second main issue is that we will use new technologies. It's not only the new Oracle XBRL extensions database, although other software components we want to use. And what's also new for us is to work with the data warehouse. But on the other hand, we see some advantages. We can change from a template-centered approach to a data-centered approach. We only validated data reach the system and are saved in the database, so we have a higher information quality. The process is more automated, and the submitter gets an electronic feedback. And our supervisors have only to clarify difficult issues with the submitters. This is so far our ideas to our new system. Thank question. Thank question. Okay, I think you were the first one.
The ultimate XBRL usually we go and select the product. You only use it as a operation business for the data warehouse.
Yes. We have a defined standard. So if we use the data warehouse, we have to use the product which is selected by our SAP department, and this is actually SAP, and not. So we have we cannot choose it by ourselves. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You will switch to copying standard reporting.
Yeah. We also will get in the future also XML, and we have to map it.
We allow you to provide to the analysis with blue data as well as the grammar to
It has nothing to do with allowance. If we don't produce something for them, they will not be able. And they will use the data warehouse. You asked for the business or for our internal users? Our internal users. Yes, they just use the data warehouse. Maybe there are some exceptions for power users that make directly constructed Oracle extensions and that on XQueries or whatever. You need the knowledge to access the extension database. So normally the supervisors have not the least knowledge in building SQL for multidimensional extension.
Do you plan to develop other taxonomies in that?
We are planning to do, we have actually 3 projects in the time. One is dealing with the large exposures, which is different from our project because it's dealing with the amount data that is selected, and there are little calculations and so on. This separated from parts, so you have to deal with the situation. But all the processes will be similar. So we will have the same decision processes, the same analysis processes and so on. And the other project is dealing with master data. It's an upcoming project. So we have to combine all the master data, the administrative data, how we call it, and we plan to have a project so that the visitors can directly send in electronic forms, including metadata, and showing us the changes for hours or whatever. And we are not longer needed to get the paper-based before. We also plan to get all the additional data via electronic transmission or PDF and whatever, according to a XBRL. So this is a long time project, not so such a short time frame.
You talk about migration of the data.
Yes.
Migration,
Yes, we have to deal with XML because we consider large XML. We won't have XML for forward and fin yet, but we will have to stick to XML for the other reporting areas, for example, balances and so on, and or statistical data, which will be transmitted via XML. So we have to map it into multidimensional data forms. So we are going to prepare data point structure for each area of reporting and to put the data from XML, transform it into XBRL, and then store it in the XBRL extension. And then to provide the data back from there to the legacy system.
how many points are really engaged in doing that?
This is a bit of a problem. Actually, in the IT department, then we get in contact with some of the main banking supported software vendors, but not all of them. We had big difficulties when we introduced XBRL in 2006. We get a lot of reports that were horrible to examine, and I had a lot of contact with a lot of banks to get them run properly. So what they do is often take the sample instance, exchanging the amount in the sample instance, not changing any other samples, like the comments are still from the instance. And, and then we have to deal with it because they are not really able to expand it in a proper way. We have every error you could ever imagine, missing traces, not using the right format for example, for the period, beginning with the German day, month, year, format. Yes. There's a lot of things that we have to be clarified, and this was only for 1% of the planning. So we expect a lot of things to do in this. And yes, we need to prepare something like a transition process to help them to get in the right flow, and we have also established a team that is able to react on questions and to support it. So that's possible, but we have only a huge number of people that will be a challenge for both of them, for us and also for the family. Actually, no. They are forced for the tables that use type dimension, for example, for the security details required and group solvency details. Then they need to be report in XBRL since 2006. But they use the same approach as explained. Take the sample instance. In the first time we had to cut this online system, and we thought about small little institutes. Then we get somehow the Deutsche Bank getting to this online portal, finding out that it's a nice solution, and they have put in more than 1,000 items. We never expected such a lot of input from any big institute, so we had then to change the EPL system to support also such big bands. So, but now they return to a normal situation and present it. using the online content.
If you read when it was processed, right, where you contain there in France, so you have to contact in France and you have to see the same problem, the meeting, the bracket, the instrument. If you use XBRL France, where so we are meeting even on the XBRL France standard.
Problem is that the jurisdiction in Germany is not so likely like the one in France. This is what the colony of the situation. No. What the extension is doing, we receive the data as an instance, and then it is split up in different tables. As materialized views, then we can select directly on this table and create the bigger tables, the unnormalized table to be transmitted to the data warehouse. But there could be also a possibility to prepare something like a dark schema or whatever for transport to the data warehouse. Yes, it's being done also by the Oracle extension. So we put in also the Oracle in the Oracle extension, the taxonomy is also stored, all the information. No more questions, so we can have now a coffee break for half an hour and then continue with the presentations of IT solutions by David. Maybe we need to go forward more. But in the beginning we had some contact. I had not the feeling that they are able to encourage people to get it done.
What would you expect from me?
Oh, this is the problem. Maybe the same support that they're being provided by funds. I don't know what they are able to do. They can provide some support viewing, inviting all the banks. Could be nice, inviting experts from different countries. What has been done in other countries, inviting us to explain what we are forced to do. Would be also fair to have a meeting not too late.
Well, you will be in May or so, you coffee talk in Paris. I don't know, it's maybe you didn't remember anymore.
Problem is that I have not forgotten.
Remembering all the faces. I saw you and you both were talking to me. I'm also the vice chair of Taxonomy Recognition, and I'm also working for the Lloyd doing so I think you're going and you will be also joining the Expo conference in May. Because with your project, I think it's equal to talk to ING. ING is the instrument of the credit reporting system. There were also very tight lines and on page 2020 there was a mistake on there. ING. DNG? DNG. Yeah. I can get you in contact with them. Maybe because they said from the concern, giving the date. Well, look at the complications that have around. Different kind of credit importing from companies to bank. Might be something to talk to them. It can be very complicated. I can imagine that there's some of the stakeholders getting everybody.
Psychological side, yeah, important.
Well, because I wonder why do these people have an intermediary database in terms of
we had a project manager where they were convinced that the better system ever. Since 5 years they say no, this is for everything. Why we don't go directly to the data warehouse? We thought it's better to have it under our control because the data warehouse group is especially IT within the Bundesbank and it's not allowed. It's a little bit funny now. I want to. It's not allowed for us to get knowledge about SAP for them. So it's better to have it under our people, so put it to their system. If you have some need to make something like data, we have to look for. So they are responsible for creating the underlying documents and so on. They can support us by training our our users create reports. We don't need special. We were not aware or put it directly to the data. Reporting was not in our mind. I think it was also the thing that we wanted to separate the operation data from the analyzed data.
Interesting story. I can imagine for your department that you say, well, let's see how it will work out. This is very good.
When it is production at the beginning of this year, we have to learn a lot more. But I think that it will be we need some things that can be run not having to split the data on our own, just to use an experience solution and to get the data directly via SQL or Experience, not using first the splitting mechanism to store it in our own data model and then report it to the data warehouse.
So, many banks that we I think also the banks are
we're not so aware of the tools that we use. We are not really banking concept. Done by our banking supervision department. They are providing the link also between IT and banking supervision.
How many banks are there? 2,000. But I guess you also work directly with Sparkas, Volksbanken,
we informed them as soon as possible last year. Together with the current chair, we had some meetings with the banking groups, and they are now aware, and it was not a big problem. They said, okay, we have to do a tax reporting also next year, so yeah, it doesn't matter. The format is not the problem, but the problem is that we have a lot of smaller banks trying to implement a technical solution, saying, okay, just XML, and trying to bring forward any solution without validation, not even XML valid, and it runs in our system and we have to deal with it.
Hey, thanks. Sorry for interrupting. Okay, bye-bye. I'll see you next time. Well, maybe, because then you have a lot of football blanks for the to cover them. Because all those different blanks before you can read pretty much.
There are also power
Yeah.
central power centers that collect data from several banks and put them together and then combine.
Kind of shared service.
Yeah, shared service.
No, quite a challenge, man.
Yeah.
Good luck with it. Yes.
Yeah.
How will project within the plug itself? Always know about
Yeah.
Because I know your issues. I'm aware of your issues.
Yeah.
Regulations, human rights,
Are you not with those spy machines? Look at the big guy stuff. I can help you to inform our spying stuff. Always help, right? What's happening around. That's what it Luckily, yeah. I'm stopping. I'm bothering with it. So I know what's coming, and I'm talking to stuff yet. So often if we reach the position to have them fight with this company, so they are aware more about happening in the homework. So then I might
Catherine, please. So, can you? This is the webinar today. This is yesterday. I have yesterday. This folder is in the desktop, okay? XBRL and only one file. Okay. When you finish the webinar, you only need to stop and stop recording. Okay, it's very easy. When you
copy the file.
Yeah, it's that one. It's this file. Okay. Please copy to your USB disk and then upload it to. It's about 200 megabytes. It's a lot.
I'm not sure if I have enough space on my USB.
Let me see if I have another one. You can get this one. It's mine, but don't worry. I think I have enough space. Let me check.
You could also check for mine.
Mine. This is the mine. Yours is that one, I guess.
It's not too much.
Okay, don't worry. You take this, okay?
Okay.
And then you can, all the surveys and the USB, you can send it to Ignacio by regular mail, okay? I think that's all. I will copy these presentations to mine.
Okay.
And I think that's all.
Okay then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go and get that fine Wolfgang for the closing remarks. We have not yet someone. And I don't want to make
But I think we are very good at this time because the coffee break is until this hour, but and 1 hour and 50 minutes to But is Derek or is someone from Vogue? Or?
No, he's sending all the different
Okay.
all of them.
Well,
So have a good trip.
well, I guess because I have to go to the Stansted Airport or something like this.
We need some more time.
Yeah, because I have to go to Liverpool Street and then get a train. It's 45 minutes. And then I go with Ryanair. So, good luck.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Perfect. That don't bear our security only on the
I have a lot of problems with my budget, with my
baggage?
Yeah, minimum baggage, because if it exceeds 10 kilograms, you must pay. It's crazy. It's crazy because my computer weighs about 5 kilos. So
Just one.
yeah,
One shirt and one tie.
more or less.
¿Qué tal?
I don't think so. Your computer? Yeah, no problem. You are here, so there is no problem at all.
Terrible. This thing loses its connection every
30 minutes, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Is there somebody here from reporting still left?
From reporting the salary in the webinar? No, I don't think so.
And here neither, huh? In the workshop. Again, I lost connection again.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Can you connect that, please?
Okay. Mute. Just mute. On there. Yeah. Okay. No, what's happening? I might break it, so. Okay, don't worry. Oh. Is mute now? No. Perfect. Okay, I'm connecting that one. Basically, it's Excel button making the search. And on the new and additional menu on the top, you open the template, for example, this one. The server, the capital adequacy, correct. When you press extract, you select last one, which you need to do. Period. Yeah. You will produce a signal, and it will just come through. That's it. So this is the envelope of behind the cloud. And you have
first you must take this. You are starting from the Excel file.
yes, you need to Excel.
So you need to have the Excel file.
It's part of the tool. The tool has the Excel file.
Yeah, I know, but my question is, how would the NSA get the Excel file? No. They have the system with data, data houses with data, you know?
Yes.
Okay. So they would first need to extract data to Excel.
Yes, that's what they do most of the time. They will mostly do that. Prepare. It's only 5 institutions. It's 3 or 4 per country. Most of the time it's not cost, that's worth investing in and the quick solution to file today. Maybe there's more data in the future. Yes, they will. Today, that version has 2 banks per
Banks, yes, banks with
Holland has 3 banks, Poland has 1 bank, France has 3 banks. Everywhere it's a small set of banks. And it's also only 8 tables.
Yes.
What I'm saying with this tool, if today you open the PLD folder, this is the codes that Bernard showed me. Short codes. I just put in some examples. Today the banks will put data queries there, and then with the data query connect to the coders. And the coder will then be used. If I use this tool, I can extract codes that we can just hide. I can also extract them next to the XBRL time. If you want, the full method can be attached easily to the short codes also as an intermediate step. This is for an institution who wants to import, should have to import future orders, import data against code, and then produce from connection. Common things today we have 27 members, all of which only it's very easy to use, purge, and it's very similar to one banking tool. And with that, I can clean and produce it here, and then adoption of the XBRL will be a lot higher. But it makes no difference among the sustainable session. That's why I'm listening and speaking to them. We need a tool that's for building, not for building.
If we make, let's say, a European deal, and everybody that wants has a small contribution. Takes away the burden of common but it's done. Look at PSA, and there is nothing. Okay, we just put in the from a business point of view, my question is, what is the reason? I'm not speaking in a global sense, but in this particular environment, why are they converting code to XBRL to send the bank accounts, which then will have another fund? So we will never see it. It's completely different. I know, yeah, we're using XBRL, yeah, it's not really the standardized transmission and distribution address between. And today we have 21 countries. Spanish applications that this work, and it's working. The reason is this, let's say half of them say, okay, we want to recognition. Okay, just use, it's easy, and this could be what? You'll be the people of course we cannot enforce you, but if they have the possibility to use such a tool, you can on a voluntary basis. Yes. Bring something to the communication. Okay, you see in Belgium, industry was good. We have to do it today. 5 years ago, if it doesn't regulate we just standardize it. And today we have 5 or 6 reporting environments for regulatory content. And it's their own. And something which is very important is you, yes, to production. Okay, so are you, what is it you're doing? Yeah, I got it right. Small yep, how do they what's it do? You have this kind of you have a button? Like this is there's something 15 suppliers window, right? I can show you following correct videos and every time some changes, they go to the taxonomy material so the discrepancies are dependent on the software providers to give them on time the new solution for reporting. Yeah, of course.
from your experience in government, this is working it's working like very useful. Very useful. So that in my position when you're going to speak about taxonomy, everybody says, okay, well, we're going to change this, we're going to change that. And we have all gains and we have calculated. When we were talking things, when we were communicating, what's specifically working calculated effects. The gain of euros that's the company before had to pay for acquiring, and today they pay us, and the companies pay us. The process is more rapid, less paper. Paper are diminished to 1%. And then because it's a standard way, when you reporting the tax pattern starts mid-May. The current year's results have May. I was in the UK to get here. So that's 25. The student can actually very complex with all formula and things. Okay. So the thing now is focus on can you manage the oh yes, you have to put that to get good. People to have a huge to the balance sheet, damages, and then I say, we need now also this and that. It's kind of, I wouldn't consider it actually this. Once you have a new networking, change the tax records, simple community that helps the business community. I think it's okay, and you think you don't have people. That's all I say. We should help our listeners to improve at least the first semester. You produce knowledge that comes out first. You can look at it and get used to what is it. The tiny step. Now we are studying in the tiny step. Again, the old tool, which is uneasy. Voluntary motivation to keep all of it from power. You need that people believe in the standardization idea behind the meditation mechanism that's with experience. I believe in it, many circuits, but I really look at it in every lesson to learn from different types. And it's nice to do social media, and I think, okay, the problem is for the time being, what I see here are mainly problems, not so much solutions, you know. So, you don't say and I could do on the transformer. Next time I could do similar. I know the reporter change, but I can adopt it very quickly because I'm used to working with technology. And this is time. Yes, no, I work with this. And I use some brand also because then and it's just think about it. This is a bunch of things. This contains material. Yeah, made it for many less people to think about it ways. Let's put it here. And I'll leave it here. Belgium, and that. It's very, very bad. It's very frustrating because alone could be so we have to discuss internally what could be our outcome. I can be that there is no clear to be honest, solutions like the one that
solution. But
Can you have your presentation on it? Yep. Okay. Our last presentation of today is a collection of the key solutions presented by Derek. So different software vendors were asked to give us some slides, and Derek is doing the presentation of all these different vendors to then be preparing that presentation and giving an overview of potential solutions that could be used for supervisable banks.
Okay, thank you. Hello everybody, so my name is Derek DeBrandt. I am here in my role as a voluntary member of XBRL Europe. So in my free time, I spend time believing in XBRL. And believe me, it's really worth believing. It's the idea of doing the same, following the same communication channels, and yes, I see smiling face, so I think we'll do. In this capacity of XBRL Europe, I'm a chairman of technical working groups, and so we share in XBRL Europe as a preparer, more as a preparer or a user of XBRL, and we're facing the regulatory frameworks, and we're trying to get them right. And as in that capacity, it's my honor as the speaker of the day to give you an overview of some solutions which were sent to me. So I asked for some software community members, please think about this taxonomy and try it out and provide some insights on how you would deal with this taxonomy, and also with error messaging and things like that. And I received 6 answers. Now, first of all, second point, you know, each 6 months there is a workshop like this one. In Vienna, 1.5 years ago, we had a solutions day, and some people in this room were there also present, and it was a whole day during which vendors had a slot of 1 hour or something to demonstrate and to show their tools. We would like to do this exercise again at the end of this year. So the next workshop, if it gets organized, we would like to have such a day again, because it's 2 years after the last one, the solution. I think it's again the time to share with the audience again the updates and also the new taxonomy, how it really gets implemented with real life solutions. So, page down. Page down is not good. Oh yes. So the case, I sent the case to a number of software vendors. I said the FinRep framework, the FinRep taxonomy, has been published as a draft in 2 versions actually, 2009 version, 2010 version. Can you look at it and try it out with your tool? So I had received answers from 6 vendors: Aglonis, Fujitsu, Invoke, Iris, Reporting Standard, and Matrix. So I've ordered them alphabetically. There is no political sense at all. So the first is Aglonis. It's a Belgian supplier. The people who want to present are not here today, so I'm acting on behalf of them. The people of Aglonis have made a server-side implementation. It's called XBRL Factory, and it's based on Oracle, standard Oracle, with an XBRL processor on top of it. I'm not sure if I can disclose the brand of the processor, but it's a professional and well-agreed processor. This factory has meeting there. We actually have reporting windows which are really small to see. So let me keep the so it has reporting windows, I would say here. And for example, this contains correct Belgium, right? And you have the feature to, in fact, review the content of Oracle with a click on an Excel plugin, and you will then open the Excel template, which is empty, as you see here. The tool will connect to the server, ask your credentials, log in, or if you're a French filer, the French subsidiary of the group, or Spanish one, you don't have the authorization to look at this particular copy, you will not be able to connect and to see the data. The server then will supply the numbers. This is the window in which connection between Excel and Oracle is done. And then the numbers will be filled in automatically in the Excel file. So that the user then can change numbers. Sometimes numbers are not in Oracle and it's manual entry, so we start the process there. Other cases where the database consolidation feeds with the parameter table feeds the tables, then the user will see the complete set of data and needs to check and to validate. As soon as the user enters a data, a number or something, he will receive a screen, another screen. A pop-up screen, please explain why do you change this particular set. So when the user does that, the change gets locked on the server in Oracle, and the audit space is kept with this username and WhatsApp. And you can also in Excel click and trigger the validation of what you just put. So if you're happy with your file, including some validation rules, you click and validate your submission, and then we will call the processor, and the processor will give you feedback. And it is the user you only have Excel, the end user. They will receive feedback in Excel with the message which comes from the processor, which comes back out of the menu. So that would be, I've keyed in, it's too small, I've keyed in the screen in a letter, in a decimal stuff. So the tool will say, one zip is not a value for, a valid value for a decimal type. That's the typical error message. And then finally, regulators mostly will ask to package your XBRL submission in some type of envelope. This is done. I think I've just posted the connection. We have to do the page. 1 second. I'm not the first one I have this. I have. So then the user will package these XBRL documents after it is validated. He will package and you can submit it to the regulator with the button for your final document. I will not show it. It's standard XML with XBRL, so you have already seen that. So that's as far as I can speak for this research agenda with Belgium. The next is Fujitsu. We have among us, I think, several people from Fujitsu. So Fujitsu sent also a couple of slides, and the Fujitsu team implement or did a test with the first iteration of the new taxonomy. So the taxonomy which was published in 2009. Typically, the system has several tools which can serve for reporting institutions, and then which can also serve for exercise. Heat mapping is created on our data, and users can put in Excel interface and then upload it in some other things. So if we run through the process of how to constitute this content of taxonomy and to come into the validation process, it starts with the Excel template. So this is typically the FinRep 1.1 template, which is imported. This table spreadsheet is imported in the Fujitsu mapping tool, and then this tool will you will do mapping. The mapping task has to be done between Excel interface, the Excel table, and then the taxonomy, so it's connection. And this tool has also a formula editor. So there is little tools today in the market to really formula editor. I've seen also in Belgium the tax documentation with formula. It's formula syntax is quite big and it can go all the way. It's not because you have a tool that can process one formula type that can process all formula types of the world. The formula standard is extensible and is also complex. So this particular tool, they have made one example of a formula. It's too small to read, but I read it with they have introduced a couple of formulas, and one of them says the value should be higher than 0. This is the formula in this processor. It's still too small to read. So now if you go to the report with numbers, it's also a little bit small. There is a number in the middle of the screen. It's -1 for this particular cell to which the formula applies. The formula says it should be higher than 0, and the reporting agent has type -1. So if you do that, you press validate in the tool, then you will see it do the cell turns. We have some pink color, and below there is an error message. Interesting thing in this case, if you read the error message, it says the value not be positive. That was a plain text which was embedded in the value assertion. This text is positive. The other interesting thing is the expression mentions the code which comes out of that is N01. So it's a challenge for all of us to be able to interpret not only the small columns but also the labels. That's one topic to which we should be attentive in this new taxonomy. Right? So we go to France. We have invoke tool. Are there questions about the position before maybe I go to that? No? And the French, the invoke tool, has in fact 3 layers, and then the fourth one is the communication between the two components. I don't know if I explained it very well. So there is taxonomy design components, yes, in which you create templates. You have to write it, and you are used. Write it to write. It's a document, and to read it to render the fact existing material. And I think the table taxonomy and such, the table link base will be very useful to render in that case. The documents and the taxonomy. In the middle, there is validation process. It constantly looks at am I doing XBRL valid report. So validation is real time. It enables, they say, user-friendly vision. It's connected the error messages to the report itself. Batch validation XML schema. I don't know what it means. There is a direct link, like I said in the first slide. There is a direct link to the right between the reader and writer component integrated, so it constantly keeps the validation. And the example, based on the FINREP taxonomy, I think it's also based on the first iteration, which has a template taxonomy, a table 1.1.6, which is not in the current version. It helps to map if you have a template taxonomy. So what we see here is a rendering of this particular table 1.1 with elements and dimensions well put together in structured form. There is black cells for prohibited combination, which come out of the taxonomy. Okay. Below the line, we have a number of communication messages. Validation is constantly happening. So below, you will have message board. If you have errors, like in this case, same. This is also a value which is minus. I suppose that data type is a positive data type, and therefore the error gets pink because it's minus. Same here. I have some errors here as a result from the correct for the user. Yeah, that's the documents the connection between the error in the display and the technical error explained below. That's on page 1, number, etc. This is the error. Okay. And then finally, the automated preparation of templates used for error messaging. This is the form designer application, which is at the left side, the architecture side, which is used to vector design the templates to rework in case necessary. It uses a rendering link base in which we can automatically push it or the same helps the user. Right? Questions? Then we go to India. So Iris. Iris. We must be up So we go to India. We have among us Balachandran from India, very low flight. Ibis has an ideal tool, for data extraction, aggregation, and learning. It's in fact a more integrated, larger system, I would say, which has been designed because in India, the private community passes through some sort of bridge to connect banking systems with reporting and then connect to the regulators. And it's called the core banking system. What this tool does is bring add value to automate the data stores to the reporting connection to CBS using XBRL validation and layers. It aggregates multiple data sources, multiple formats, and also has some batch features to automate the capture trace and the production methods. Validation of data based on taxonomy and also embedded business flow and so forth the game. And then finally populate templates to visualize or to make an XBRL document that will and be validated. In the architecture slides, it's shown left banking system. Typically, multiple systems, international phenomenon, we have this all around the world. Multiple data sources in the format, multiple connected. First, let's call it the staging database. It will be connected and gathered there. And there starts also the Iris software suite, which has its database. And it needs a one-time mapping. As always, the first initial mapping to the regulatory framework. And then there is a scheduler, which is the watch in the middle, which can process every time you want with a timed batch and can extract those data. There is a layer, a data processing layer and data validation. Like I said, to compose the templates and to process the output, push it into the validation cycle and process errors, taxonomy errors, ones you are checking formula or calculation, and then finally also business rules, these tools are also part of the tool suite. Okay. Error handling in a couple of bullets. So there is also interesting implicit tolerances. What we have in all our banking systems is rounding problematic. Sometimes we need to report to thousands, and then if you round to thousands, you have always pluses and minuses. If you add a 0.3 plus 0.3, it becomes 0.6. Then you have 0 there and 1 there. It's typically a problem, so you need to have that in your analytical ratios are also set up. Specific ties up to the business rules, specific business ratios and validation. Also time series, month to month, year to year. And then also, I guess, between inter-group or inter-company comparisons, let's get back to more data warehouse and then internal data. Dashboards, it's in fact a very large system that does all those functions. Risk area values and also present warnings to the manager. So in summary, level 1 is the file okay, level 2 is the file compliant with taxonomy, and level 3 you have additional business rules which I here before I send it to the photograph. A lot of benefits, there is no need of the bullets, automation, manual entries of this, XBRL is there, to prevent it away from manual coding. Zero touch creation of regulatory reports, it's a fully automated chain, and one data can be used for different reports, so data centric to SQL is also present. Overlaps can be identified because it's in central here. You can see the default. And then also I see also the customization for internal management. Also read the pre-integration with Infosys, so the customers that will use introduces the filings and feeds. Okay. This is on okay. Reporting done. Is there somebody from reporting done here? Sure. Okay. So Ignacio sent, or somebody from the team sent a few slides which are really only focused on the error handling in the process. So not a fully explanation of all the features, Reporting standards, as you know, the Spanish company has developed also its formula for validation engine, which, if I read it, is in production soon in Peru. If you want to see it, you must go to Peru. Candidate. So it has the validation, the typical validation window with the general errors, the 2.1 spec errors, dimensions, and the formula validation. There's little more that I can say about this slide. In this case, well, I can say one thing more. It's when you press validation, the tool can export the validation in several formats. Excel, but also there is API included in which you can configure to extract validation results in any format, Word, Excel, email, PDF, flexible solution. In this case, the tool extracted a series of errors or warnings or messages in Excel table. And in this case, Ignacio used the taxonomy from the IQ to the first iteration of taxonomy. It's not self-explaining, so there is a number of codes. Again, the same remark as earlier, the data taxonomy has short codes, and tools tend to pick up those short codes. They are the concept name or the dimension name, and there is an additional processing layer component necessary to have both the labels to be coded. We can do this with human. Okay. That's what I also noticed in this too. To overcome that problem, we put under as well. They can customize error messages, message from out, with readable, and using the generate expression message label and own specification, the working graphs like formula working group, and if possible then to amend the results of the message. And then also additional labels, I guess multiple languages also supported there. So it's about simplifying the process, creating a taxonomy, and then error messages if you use the tool of exporting standard. Okay. The validation report then is also like the last bullet is to be delivered in the format. That's pretty good. Any questions? But
what is the formula specification or
you are in a formula working group, right? Do you know whether this reporting standard is complying with that standard? Formula? Right? So he's working closely together. So for the records, the reporting standard is asking OTP flow. Okay. Okay. All right. Next, personal opinion of learning. All right. Okay. So it's time to move to the last but not least of the series, BPB matrix. I guess a lot of you know the name already, Edgar Online company. Evometrics has that's one of the youngest in this profession, I would say. Welcome. The last 5 minutes. You're welcome. So Evometrics has the processor XP. It has everything. So it meets all the specifications, full calculation trace, compliant with dimensions, and also the alpha dimensions and things like that. Also the formula. The people of Evometrics are very closely involved also in developing the standards and being a front-runner in that area. The tool set has comes with full API kit and Java, .NET. It's a very powerful solution, very flexible, which is used in large production systems today. So you will find major customers using XBRL, and I see at the bottom some of them, the US, SEC, the Banque de France, Ministry of Finance and Belgium again, which is using the processor to validate starting from next month. We will have in Belgium 500,000 tax returns from corporations in Belgium being filed in mandatory in Belgium. To explain so much about Belgium. And so in that case, the processor of Evometrics is processing and validating. It's going very well using formula. In Belgium, we are one of the few implementations which goes live with formula. 209 versions being fired from the cloud. So other tools of Evometrics are not on the slide. Okay. Fully integrated compliant, like I said, with formula validation. So typically in the processing of XBRL, using validation against several people with the standard, you will verify the content of your XBRL document using formula. And then you can also render using XPE. You can render whatever you want with XSLT templates, and then process validation reports, calculation reports, formula reports in any format that you like. So you can customize also, or like other tools in Excel or in PDF or in whatever. Okay. Yeah, this is the other tool, Report Builder. Report Builder is very convenient tool. The whole world is used on Excel. They use Excel. So once you get Report Builder in your hands, it's an easy tool to drag and drop XBRL tagging. I can only recommend, like all the other tools, to try this one. It has all the features that are necessary in XBRL land. Also, inline XBRL is one of the output features of this tool. APIs, you can customize and automate using Report Builder. An example is also pre-mapped Excel templates, which are used to produce correct FinRep files. Real-time validation, so if you use Report Builders to collect data, and you can do instant validation and also formula validation. It's also a practice the Report Builder toolkit. Another feature, this less for us here, this less is SEC filing. It also contains all SEC filing manual for tagging, block tagging, and using formula to do the job. Also see capability to support global filing manual of local rules. This speaking tools can be added to the feature. Now when it comes to error messages handling, XP in standard day produces error messages which are connected to the taxonomy obviously, and to places in the report documents. In some cases, there is, if you use, for example, report village, you will process validation, and then you will find errors located against the value of your report. Parameterized local language support, so that's also part of the standard. This tool will provide you feedback in French, in Dutch, even in German. In Belgium, we have 3 national languages. So we have possibility to report any error message in 3 languages for the few that want to try it out. Connect to the Ministry of Finance and try tax filing. Also, I group an important lesson also for mini process formula. The process formula has a whole batch together, but it's all formula. A number of them are blocking prohibit the execution of all the rest. That's what can be done also. It's staged validation to check first correctness, completeness, before you go to the additional validation of some of the taxonomy. Okay, I have one more thing I need to show you on special request. We have been speaking about the right reporting of the EBA file, and I've been asked to demonstrate a small tool which is Excel based, which in fact enables supervisor of the NSA to quickly produce XBRL from the EBA file. This is the KRI taxonomy. This is the correct capital adequacy template, the first one, without doing XBRL tagging to your national supervisor, and you are intending to publish CSV values as an XBRL member community, I think you should please look at a possibility, which is extract, select my entity, select the date, it's March, so it's fine, and then save my my instance document, which is then wrapped in the envelope. So this is going slow. So this is the instance document that I just produced. And the data is put in there, and all the theory mapping is in there. And in this case, you see the values are the codes which were made by Bernard. Such a tool is very, very easy and enables any supervisor to produce XBRL without doing all the mapping and at least start with a small third step. Yes, we also can produce XBRL. And then start with this learning curve and ramp up to an XBRL production system with the processor and with database. Move along the curve. I think I should tell as XBRL Europe member that we should try not push ourselves into the XBRL world. And the KRI reporting is the first small step. For all of this, we have all 2 or 3 banks that we need to report to the EBA, sometimes 5, but it's very small. So in this small opportunity you should catch to learn on XBRL and the CSV part as a project. But I can only say there is tools in the marketplace to do that. And this is a tool it's called Fact Convert, which can do that in several people. That's all I'm going to say about no, it's not a commercial tool. Yeah. It will be supported. We must support it with the mapping. If the mapping will change, we need to support it. It's not supported, it's difficult to do. Okay. Any other questions?
I will ask them.
Other remarks or questions for that? Before having the closing remarks by our host, VA, I just wanted to say I think we had a good workshop. We had a lot of presenters, very good presenters. Thank you very much on behalf of the XBRL Operational Network. We heard a lot of standards, open issues that can be overcome with the evolution of the standards. Yes, we were getting more aware about the new situation. We are now faced with the new organization of the EDA, having a lot more power to rule in Europe. Yes, we had heard a lot of the challenges we have to face. We as XBRL Operational Network, we as supervisors and vendors, and as software vendors too. We have learned that we have a tight time schedule because of the end of next year. We have to be ready to start the production of the FINREP and FOREP reporting. And we had to find a lot of solutions, commercial solutions and also open source solutions. I want to invite you again to think about collaboration in our community and to get this also done on basis of open source solutions. Our next workshop will have hopefully overcome some of the challenges, and we are going to present almost possible near solutions we can get at this point. It is planned to be in early December, and you are invited to be the next host if you like to. You can get in contact with the class or via the filing website, and take the challenge and present your country and give us a chance to have to meet with you and to have also the chance to invite your vendors to get more information about your project. Yes, I just wanted to remind you of the survey. We are really interested about your opinion, the workshop, your ideas for the next workshop, and please leave it here on the desk for the other ones. Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask Wolfgang to give us a last closing remark.
I think it was a pretty good wrap-up already by capturing. All that's left for me is to thank you and all the whole team, especially the XBRL network and all those that have presented and contributed to this workshop. Thank you for your ongoing and lasting effort. It's really more than appreciated, and what is clear, I think, is that we have a real need, a real case for further harmonization. in a world where national borders do not count anymore. Not only the DIVA is faced with the compiling, aggregating, harmonizing, and producing standards for these, but also we heard, I think, a good example yesterday from the Spexia, the institution, that made it quite clear that the harmonization of the definitions from a legal point of view, from a reporting definition point of view, and in the end, of course, the end product, the IT point of view, is very important. Thanks a lot to all of you for your interest. Keep supporting us. And thanks again. Have a good journey home. And I hope we see each other again in 6 months' time, wherever this will be. Probably not London. Thank you very much.
To the attendants of my webinar, so thank you for attending our webinar, and I hope you had enjoyed our 2 days of getting more information about XBRL and our work in the XBRL operation. Thank you.
Sorry, speaking in, no, it's okay. I think you can't provide this.